What we do here is go back.
Hello there, hello there, hello there, everybody. How are we all? I am very well. I thank you for asking. Apologies that I'm not on an hour earlier when I'd planned to be, but there was some Bumberclart action that overran. We'll get into it, I'm sure, as we go along. Quick message to one Jude Bellingham of Madrid via Dortmund and Birmingham. If Mr. Bellingham, if you ever need me to commit murder or bank robbery or basically any crime whatsoever, I will commit any and all crimes on your behalf. If you're ever feeling like it, my services are rendered unto you free of charge. That is all. Anyone see the game? It was it happened. Regicide. Yeah, I'll do regicide. Fucking hell. Absolutely. Fucking mental. Absolutely mental shit. Thank you, Cupcake Chaos.
Stop it.
41 months. Let's go indeed. Yes. Yeah, England won in the end, but they went to extra time, so that's why I'm late. They decided to make the competition even more difficult to watch for me. Thanks. Dickheads. Spain and Georgia have just kicked off as well, so we'll see about that. Anyway, I'll be honest with you. My preparations for this stream were minimal, to say the least. Obviously, I never put any amount of effort into like the presentation of it, but I usually am up to date with things in terms of the content, in terms of the news. But I'm not really, so you know, not really. Just yeah. I've been watching football. Like literally, that's been my entire preparation for this stream was watching the worst England display, I mean pretty much ever. I think it was fucking tragic, genuinely awful, rubbish, but we got through, so that matters. To Gareth Southgate, you lucky stupid cunt, you are the worst manager, please leave, please for the love of God, fuck off forever. A man of such tremendous lack of fortitude that the only change he made in the first 70 minutes of a game that we were losing and looked like we were going to lose was enforced because of an injury. They made changes before we did, and they were in the lead. I mean, he brought on Ivan Toney, a striker, in the 94th minute. What in the fuck are you hoping him to do in the 80 seconds you have given him in the tournament? You dopey cunt. You are so shit it hurts. Anyway, let's not go into it. We won. After extra time. Let's not go into it. Who should take over? Anyone. Fucking anyone. Anyone with an ounce of sense. He's never learned a fucking thing. Even when we went 2-1 up in extra time, he made the same mistake again of just sitting back and hoping. Good teams will fucking kill us. Oh, what's wrong with it? Well, he's got them playing the most conservative brand of football ever. You can tell. As soon as they pick up the ball, they're instantly thinking, what's the most negative thing I can do? He's got them set up with a mind frame of just doing the most negative shit thing they can in any situation. Which is why we never pass the ball fucking forwards. All the way through. We were behind for so long. And at no point did we pass through the lines. Ever. We were never really able to put a single pass from a defender to a midfielder past any of their fucking players. It was embarrassing. It was so bad. Oh my God. And he gets bailed out. Completely unfairly. We didn't deserve that. Genuinely, to the people of Slovakia, you got cheated. You got cheated. You were the better team by a mile. If you had a centre forward who could fucking score, you'd be fine. You've got something in your beard, have I? What have I got in my beard? I've got nothing in my beard. What are you on about? I think it's just a bit of like different colouring. There's nothing there. Anyway. Shut up, Scribby. I'm not getting into it though. I'm not getting into it. Okay? Kane was a mess today. Yeah, kinda. But to be fair, he's feeding off scraps. I don't know what you're expecting from him. I don't know what anyone's expecting from him. Anyway, I'll keep you up to date with Spain, Georgia. Right. In terms of British politics, I'm not going to focus at all on British politics tonight. We're dealing with like American shit largely. In terms of British politics, to quote the great existentialist poet of our time, Fred Durst, everything is fucked. Everybody sucks. You don't really know why, but you want to justify ripping someone's head off. No human contact, but if you interact, your life is on contract. Your best bet is to stay away, motherfucker. I think that sums it up rather nicely, actually, on this particular occasion. At least you've gotten this far. Try being a supporter of the Norwegian team. To be fair, Toril, it's the hope, isn't it? Right? I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with being a Norwegian fan because you're not expecting to do anything, so it probably doesn't hurt as much. You know, like if Norway qualify for a tournament, that's relatively unusual, so that's good, and you're like, oh, awesome, cool. Whereas the England team are actually, in terms, if you look at the players we have, very fucking good. And I don't just say that because I want them to win. I am a seasoned football watcher. I am ridiculously invested in football as a concept, as a thing. I think I understand it a bit. And we've got some very, very fucking good players. We should be able to play better. We should be able to come up with a shot on target against the number 45 ranked team in the world before the 96th minute. Is what I would think, actually. I think we're better than that. But, you know, that's just me. Apparently the manager doesn't seem to give a fuck at all. Fucking mad shit. Anyway. The Lionesses stay winning. True. Doesn't matter though. Doesn't matter. We just go with it. We'll just go with it. Right. Anyway. Also, it's very funny to me to see, this is just a little aside, but it's very funny for me to see the adverts that were clearly filmed months and months in advance, starring people like Marcus Rashford and Jack Grealish, who didn't make the squad and therefore aren't even at the Euros. But they just went, fuck it, we've paid them a load of money now, we're definitely running these fucking adverts with these dickheads in them. We're on the fucking beach. Oh, fuck off Spain, you cunts. Absolute bumperclarts. Anyway, I think I've wasted enough time. Ocean Gate makes better subs is a fucking belter, Slippy Tiger. Much love. Anyway, if you like the content, whatever the fuck this is, I'll say it until you agree with me, Kev, you would be better than Southgate. Well, maybe. I don't know. I think I'd know that I needed to make substitutions. I genuinely think I'd be better at that. But, you know, I'm not actually a football manager, so I don't know. Anyway, is it coming home, Kev? No. Of course it's fucking not. You've seen the way they're playing. Wait until we come up against someone good. No offence to Switzerland, but they're not that great in terms of overall quality. They play fucking good football. Enjoyable football to watch. Lovely stuff. But they haven't got anyone that world class, and they will probably beat us. If we play like that, they will beat us. They just will. They're a genuinely compact team. England just kind of pass. It's very odd. Yeah, that's the problem. It's possession for the sake of possession. It's just having the ball and doing nothing with it. It sort of perfectly sums up the British attitude towards life, really. Well, not towards life, but like the kind of managerial class. They'd rather have like an appearance of decency without actually achieving anything, which is why the country's completely fucked, of course. I've got Switzerland to win 40-1. That's not fucking. That's badass, Madcat. Lovely stuff. Honestly, at 40-1, you've got yourself some incredible value there because they're a fucking good team. I don't think they actually will win overall, but exceptionally good value at 40-1. Fuck me. Anyway, if you enjoy my content, you can hit the follow button. You can subscribe. You can subscribe with Amazon Prime. You can give subs to the community. You can do bits messages. 2 hundo biddies will get you a text-to-speech. You can do super chatterinos via the Streamlabs link below. $2 there or more will get you a text-to-speech. You can do super chat. No, you can. What else can you fucking do? To be fair, everyone I work with like ball sports. Is that a sex joke, Miss Bobby? I think so. I'm not sure. Anyway, you can do. What else can you do? You can help me on Patreon and or PayPal. You can go over to the Discord, the YouTube, Blue Sky, and TikTok. You can also, if you wanted to, right? I found this person. I don't know who they are. It's definitely not me, though. Okay. 100%. This is not me. Okay. Because if this was me, then I'd be doing a terms of service violation, wouldn't I? Because that would be ban evasion on Twitter. But obviously it's not me because it says there not KF Logan 1875, so it's not me. But whoever they are, they seem like a cool person. So if I just pop the link in there, and then people can, if they wanted to, they could go and follow my friend on Twitter, who isn't me. Definitely not me. Fuck me, Christ almighty. If you're on YouTube, you can hit the like button. You can subscribe to the channel. And you can come over to twitch.tv/KFLogan1875 as well, if you wanted to. Fuck me. Oh, that's desperate stuff. Oh! Now. I wanted to do this yesterday, but we got waylaid. Some fallout from the zombie Biden debate performance. For those who are interested, I've covered the whole thing live at the end of a 9-hour fucking stream. Mental. Yeah, so they naturally, liberaloids and leftoids and stuff have had. There's been some discourse. The discourse has been discoursing as to whether Biden should remain the candidate, whether he's too old, whether his mind has gone, etc., etc. So it's a madman or like a senile fucking zombie boy. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting election, isn't it? Yeah, a lot of coping from Libs. And Hasan with his, look at his cheeky smile. God, he's adorable. Anyway, yeah, they went on Piers Morgan to talk about stuff. Him and Cenk and some other peeps. So let's take a look. Oh, for fuck's sake. Just hit the fucking play button.
Don't even open your mouth. You don't have no reason to talk.
Vinny,
just shut up.
I'm a big
just
fan
do me a
of
favor
you.
and shut up.
When you're that red in the face, calm down.
Fan of you, and
okay, but hold on.
I'm a big fan of you, so I don't want you to die. I feel like your heart pressure is going up. You're turning.
You say
you're turning red, Vinny.
Somebody like you to say America deserved 9/11, Hasan. You shouldn't be on this.
Someone pull up the clip of Hasan, the edited clip of Hasan saying the thing, and then going, "Yes." We need that clip. Piers Morgan's a cunt. Look at him.
Fucking panel.
President Joe Biden had just one simple job in last night's debate: to convince America that he's fit to serve. The bar was set at ankle height, but the president tripped straight over it. He faltered, he mumbled, he lost, and his race must surely now be over for the good of democracy and his country.
See, this is the thing that makes me think that shouldn't happen, because Piers Morgan has just said it. Like, I didn't want Biden to be the fucking candidate 4 years ago. I certainly don't want him to be the candidate now. I think it would be good if he did step aside. He won't, but it would be good. But what makes me reticent about that is that Piers Morgan thinks it should happen. Like, if Piers Morgan thinks it should happen, instantly that's big red flags. Big red flags on that one. Not sure that should happen at all. You know. Also, of course, Piers Morgan, KF Logan 1985. Who in the fuck is that, Rohack? You're here every fucking night. How have you bollocksed it up that bad? You got the wrong century, brah. You're 110 years out on that name. Sorry, apologies. What's this? Oh, this is the one. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, Piers Morgan's all like, oh, if Joe Biden's that great, why doesn't he have any incriminating fucking messages on his recording machine that I definitely didn't fucking hack into? Hey? Hey?
And so here we are. I'm living up to what I said about conservatives and progressives. We're having a conversation. So you said America deserved 9/11. Did you mean that?
Yeah.
That is pretty good. Fun times.
There were so many toe-curling incidents in last night's debate. We'll analyse and dissect them in detail. But the defining moment, the moment they're calling the kill shot, was this.
Total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence.
God.
I don't think he knows what he said either.
Oh, that honestly, that is the worst. Because the thing is, like, Trump's like put downs are usually dumb, like, oh, corrupt Dave and fucking dancing Philippa or what, just dumb shit. Just put a silly word and then the person's name, and that, whereas that's actually a burn that works. I don't know what he said there. I don't think he knows what he fucking said there. Like, that actually works. And I can tell that Maria Wren didn't get a notification of this stream because they're not in the chat screaming with cope right now. He's pulling his punches, which is bad. Yeah, I guess.
I don't think anyone did. Well, for possibly the first time ever in a TV event starring Donald Trump, no one's talking about Donald Trump today. And for the first time ever, that will suit him just fine. Republicans briefed for weeks that President Biden will be on drugs for this debate. But if you
I said they should. I literally joked before we got in there. I hope they've doped him up to fuck. I hope they've coked him up to the fucking eyeballs. I don't care if it takes a fucking month for him to come over it. Or to get over it even. Not to come over it, Jesus. Like, just absolutely roids up the arsehole. Give him every fucking cocktail of drug known to man. Get him out there and make him sound fucking human. But, nah. They just let him fucking drift out there and fall asleep.
anything at all last night, it was surely Valium. For all the spin about cheap fakes and Biden's secret vigour, this was a chance for the American people to judge their president for themselves. And to the palpable distress and dismay of Democrats everywhere, it was really all over in the first minute.
Great to be here. Thank you. For $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're
exactly. His son Hunter must still have contacts in the industry. Get him every drug.
to bring down the price of around the kitchen table.
There's no way he doesn't still know some dealers. Come on now, let's get it working.
And that's what we're going to get done.
I didn't understand a word of that, did you? It couldn't really get much worse for Biden after that, but I said it didn't get any better. He just carried on that way. Trump was disciplined and measured by his own standards. All he had to do was really let Biden fall into his own traps. And his facial expressions alone were enough to win the contest. Trump looked how we all felt at home watching, bewildered that the man standing opposite is the most powerful man in the world, the President of the United States, the leader of the free world. Biden just looks bewildered. There wasn't a great deal of substance or policy. In fact, the most heated debate was about which of the two candidates is better at golf.
True, that was fucking weird. They started having an old man, like, old men complaining about the other ones being shit at golf bit. It was very peculiar. But, like, Piers loves Trump more than phone hacking. Oh no, Piers has gone off Trump. Piers doesn't like Trump anymore. Piers was a fucking Trump dick rider a few years back, but now he's all like, nah, he's a bad dude. Yeah. Anyway, the point I was going to make, any good candidate would have been able to make hay with Trump. Trump literally said the line, "I never had sex with a porn star." A sentence that should never have had to have been said in a presidential debate. Like, that should be beyond, like, that's not something that should ever have come up at all. Don't get me wrong, I don't think there's anything wrong with having sex with a porn star. Doing it whilst your wife is pregnant, your third wife is pregnant, and then paying her hush money in order to try and wrongly influence an election, and then denying that, that's wrong. But even so, bad times. Bad times. Because Biden wasn't able to do anything with it. Because he was barely able to stop himself from fucking dribbling.
To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards.
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. I told you.
Every time he tried to mention a number, it was fucking number wang. 15 million, no, 50 billion, no, there's 7. Like, it's not just a stutter. It's not just a stutter. His fucking brain is, like, slower, considerably slower than it was 4 years ago, and way slower than when he was a fucking senator. Like, it's.
That's why I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
Hey, let's not act like children. President Trump, we're going to
Let's not act like children. Fucking hell.
The last thing we'd want is to see anyone act like children, right, Donald? As I said this morning, if Biden's handicap at golf is 6, then I'm the Archbishop of Canterbury. And probably the biggest disaster of all for the president was his closing statement.
Oh yeah, by the way, there's no way. We've seen Trump play. He can't fucking play. He's rubbish. Yeah.
Which he's been locked away rehearsing, remember, for an entire week.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. He wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down.
And then there was, oh my god, did you see Jill Biden? You know Jill, his wife, who is a bit younger, so you'd expect her to be a bit more vital. Did you see the way she was talking to him afterwards? Like they did this event. Right? Hang on, I'll see if I can find the clip. Jill Biden, hang on. Right. 1 second, everybody. I should have had this queued up, I guess. But yeah, here we go. Right. So they held this event.
This is a watch party afterwards. President Biden, the first.
Hang on, no, fuck off. Where's the? Have you got a shorter clip of it? Here we go. Yeah, right.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts.
Joe, you answered all of the questions. Good boy. Who's a good boy? Did she give him a fucking treat? Did she give him a succulent bone to chew on afterwards? This is the fucking President of the United States. You answered all the questions. What the fuck would have been the case if he hadn't? What if he just stood there like an actual zombie and just gone brains? Like, what the fuck would that have been? Wow, you coloured inside the lines. Wow. Fucking Christ almighty. It's so bad.
$35. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden.
Completely excruciating. I've never seen the switch on mainstream opinion flip so hard and so fast. All of the attention is now shifting to whether the Democrats can replace Biden before November's election. Otherwise, surely they're facing an absolute drubbing. The simplest and most dignified way is for President Biden to stand down. As a matter of honour, pride and integrity, and I believe he has all those qualities.
Okay, mate. Just as a point of like, I don't know, truth or whatever, there's no way it'll be a drubbing. Trump is an enormously unpopular dude. Whoever wins, it's going to be tight. Whoever wins, it's going to be a tight race. It always is. Like, it's, you know, it's usually Satan, literal Satan, child fucking dog murderer versus sensible family man, liberal twat but sensible family dude, normal human being, 51-49. That's it. Every fucking time in America. Well, in the races that matter, obviously. In fucking Arkansas, the dog fucking child molester gets, like, you know, 85% of the vote or whatever, but that's by the by. Yeah, so he's what was I fucking saying? Yeah, it won't be a drubbing. This is why Piers Morgan is a bad journalist, because everything has to be excruciatingly like gigantified. By the way, you can gigantify emotes. It's a thing you can do. But anyway, yes, you. It's not going to be a drubbing. That's silly.
He needs to make that decision and make it fast. We're on the main event. It's time for the uncensored debate. We're going to hear.
Yeah, the far right are going to win in France. So, you know, thanks, Macron. Your centrist liberalism fucked everyone. Burn in hell, you little freak.
From all-star cast of characters over the next hour, from Carrie Lake to Harry Sisson, Kevin O'Leary, and more. But first, I'll introduce our box office panel: podcaster and commentator Vinny Oshana, founder of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, Trump.
Cenk, look, all I'm saying, if Biden's going to drop out, Cenk 2024, baby, it's back on. Oh. Fucking Jenna Ellis.
Former lawyer Jenna Ellis and
Freak.
Twitch streamer.
Also, Jenna Ellis has definitely, and I repeat, definitely smelt Rudy Giuliani's farts. So,
Hasan Piker. Well, welcome to all of you. Let me start with you, Cenk, because you and I have talked about this many times, about Joe Biden's mental and physical ability to be fit to serve the most powerful and important office in the country. As you were watching last night's debate, what was going through your mind?
I was right.
We gotta run it back. We gotta run it back. Hang on. Oh, Cenk, baby. Oh, he's gonna do a victory lap on him. He's gonna do a full flexi fucking a victory lap all over the zombie corpse of Joe Biden. 2020, he can still win. He can still win. Yes. Fuck yes. Oh.
Last night's debate, what was going through your mind?
I was right. So, as you know, I took an extraordinary step of running for president against Joe Biden in the Democratic primary, even though I'm not even a natural-born citizen, because that's how desperate I was, our audience was.
Yes. Let's fucking go. Honestly, we're back on the Cenk train, people. Book your tickets, stamp your fucking boarding passes. Let's go.
We did a poll. We asked our paying members, should I run? And now 9 months ago, 76% of them said, for God's sake, run. You know why? Because it was obvious. And what I took away from it, Piers, and what everyone should remember is how much Democratic leadership lied to you, and how much everyone in mainstream media lied to you. They said the emperor had clothes when it was obvious that he had no clothes.
I just punched the mic.
They said that he was perfectly fine and he was a dynamo behind the scenes. How preposterous.
Yeah, the fucking he lays pipe on the regular. Where's that? Hang on. Biden, sex life, I guess. I don't know. Here we go. Look at this. Oh, he's so good at sex. Whoa. He's boning on the regular. He can definitely get an erection. Joe Biden said good sex is the key to a lasting marriage. Fuck off, mate. The last boner he got, would he even have been able to get a boner this millennium? I don't even know at this point. It wouldn't put me past me if he, like, literally hasn't... The Twin Towers were erect the last time he was erect, for fuck's sake.
We were right all along. So the next time they tell you got to vote for Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton in a primary because they're the only ones who can win, remember this preposterous lie. Remember how terribly they deceived you into picking the weakest candidate, not the strongest candidate. And Piers, every time I said, let's pick someone stronger so that we can beat Trump, they said, oh, you want...
To be fair, Cenk, you were not that person, though. Like, I agree with you. They should have chosen a stronger person. You're not even legally allowed to run. You're not even a naturalized American citizen, my dude. Sorry, a natural-born American citizen. He is a naturalized American citizen. So you're not even allowed to run, my man. Like, what?
What? Oh, so you like Trump? You want to help Trump? No, you picked the strongest person so you can beat Trump. And apparently they couldn't understand simple concepts like that. But now the whole world has seen what we saw all along.
You know, Cenk, before we go to the other three, there are reports, as we're talking now, that Barack Obama has been having urgent conversations.
He's definitely served 2 terms. I don't think he can run either. Honestly, Cenk has a better chance than Obama at this point.
With Joe Biden to try and gently persuade him.
That was a joke. I know he was, he was just saying he's talking to him.
Maybe time.
Also, you know who this brings into the race? You know who's also not technically dead yet? My boy Jimmy. Carter 2024. Let's fucking go.
To give up. But apparently Jill Biden is resisting, wants him to fight on. Kamala Harris is enraged that her name is not in the conversation to potentially replace him.
Why the fuck? Kamala Harris needs to fuck right off. If there's anyone less likely to win a presidential election than Joe Biden, it's Kamala Harris. Like, yeah, he should be gotten rid of, but she's a fucking charisma vacuum. She's a fucking Riz singularity. She just obliterates it in sight. It's DNC entitlement. Well, that's the thing, right? The DNC have chosen, and this is ultimately the problem with American democracy, really, is that the quote-unquote left-wing party has decided that seniority and entitlement and longevity matter more than being good at your fucking job, or being likeable, or being electable, or just not being a massive cunt. These things are valued to no degree. Whereas being an entrenched part of the system is. It is now 3-1 in the Spain game. You know what? Fair play to Georgia. They made a real fucking go of it this tournament. First tournament they've ever been to. They got to the knockout stages. Absolutely love it. Fair play to them.
people want to bypass her completely because she's even more unpopular.
But they are now basically out.
Than he is, and move to somebody like Gavin Newsom or someone like that. What is the playbook here? Well, are we into unprecedented territory? Because I don't think any incumbent president in American history who is seeking to be re-elected and hasn't stood down has ever been forced out. There's no mechanism to actually force him out unless he voluntarily goes, is there?
Yeah, there is one mechanism, unfortunately, and it's the donors. Because once the donors stop funding him, then he'll have no oxygen left. Remember...
Or, and this is a long shot, I know, but there is another mechanism. Is it the 24th Amendment? The one that basically says he's gone. Compass no mentis anymore, right? That thing. If the cabinet get round the table and say... He's gone. Jill Biden's basically the president at the moment, obviously. So, but he's actually gone. So we need to get rid of him. The only problem you have then is Kamala. But what you could have then is a contested DNC, right? Contested convention. Which would be good. But that means RFK would get back in with his fucking brain worms. And I don't know if I can handle that fucking voice anymore. Jesus. Yeah, but has it ever been invoked? I don't think it ever has. But it's there for a reason. And if anyone, other than, I suppose, Reagan in the early stages of fucking Parkinson's or whatever it was he had. Dementia? I'd forget what he had anyway. Yeah, other than maybe Reagan towards the end there, has anyone else been close enough to the brain fuckery necessary for that to be invoked than Biden? I don't know. Danny Boy 2010A. Why is there a warning to watch this? Because the Twitch are shit, basically. Twitch are rubbish. So they make you do like you need to... If there's even a slight chance of nudity or swearing, you have to tell people. So that's why. Anyway, Danny Boy, you should hit the follow button. Because there is a very slim chance of nudity or swearing. Well, actually, no, there's a very, very good chance of swearing. But there's a slim chance of nudity.
For someone who's a populist like Bernie Sanders...
Oi, Danny Boy!
Ladies and gentlemen... But for people like Biden who are establishment candidates, their source of power is money. And once the money tap is turned off, then he's got no oxygen left. So I don't care what Jill Biden thinks. Are you, who's insane enough to care what she thinks? I don't care what Kamala Harris thinks. I care about picking the strongest candidate against Trump. Is democracy on the line or isn't it? Is this the most important...
Well, this is the very good point that the DNC need to answer. They keep telling everybody that democracy is on the line. Democracy is on the line here. And by the way, it is. If you look at the 2025, Project 2025 shit, it's fucking mental. They want to institute theocratic fascism. So, you know. And by the way, the already stacked as fuck Supreme Court seem to be very much on the way to doing that already. They're certainly levelling the ground for the building to start, you know. But if they keep saying, democracy's on the line, the only thing that matters is defeating Trump, then surely you would have to choose a candidate who can beat Trump. And Biden does not look like that candidate right now. Do you know what I mean? I don't like politics, but you're funny. Well, thank you. I am funny. That is true. And also, politics is kind of funny. In a depressing way.
Election of our lifetime, or isn't it? So now they're talking about, whose personality should we care more about? Whose feelings are more important? None of your feelings are important. What's important is that the American people be safe from Donald Trump. And let's be honest, Democratic leadership has never cared about that. And Piers, let's tell your audience why. Because remember, almost everyone on Biden's team, at the White House, on his campaign, at the Democratic National Committee, their jobs are tied to Joe Biden. If there's a new candidate, they all get fired. So they have been enormously, monstrously selfish. saying, I don't care if the country burns as long as I get to keep my job. They betrayed you greatly, and you should never listen to them again.
Okay.
Oh, we need to make him president now. Fuck it. Invoke the 24th, get rid of them all, and then get to Cenk. Let's fucking go.
Bring in some of the others. Hasan Piker, I mean...
For anyone new here, I don't really mean. Cenk Uygur is one of the most self-absorbed cunts. And the Young Turks can literally go fuck themselves. Literally.
You'd have to be willfully negligent with regard to what you saw with your own eyes, wouldn't you, to watch that debate last night and not conclude, as so many Biden supporters and friends have publicly concluded. This is from, you know, people like Frank Bruni at the New York Times and others who just come out and said, you've got to stand down. Did you see anything last night that would allow you to construct an argument that he should continue and be the nominee?
Biden continuing? Absolutely not. But
is this just a fucking Piker family show now? It's just, honestly, this is Turkish supremacism. This is Turkish supremacism, is what this is. The Turks are taking over. Although, to be fair, the fact that Jenna Ellis has not spoken so far, good.
There's another glaringly obvious problem here. Cenk and I have had this conversation personally for years at this point, very publicly, about Biden being ineligible to run and how he's going to lead to the downfall of the Democratic Party and potentially lose a pretty easy to win election against Donald Trump at this point. And we were absolutely right, and it was shocking.
Oh, 4-1 to Spain. It's a battering.
So many in the media who are now writing those articles that you're talking about were acting as though Biden was actually a dynamo behind the scenes. I mean, there was literally an article I remember from an excerpt from a Jill Stein book about how in order to soften the blow of Biden's age and how old and senile he's appearing on television, they were saying that he had really hard sex with
the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire's long game is paying off. They've got sleep. They've got sleeper agent Uygur. Who's going to steam in and take it? They tricked you into thinking they'd been dead for 150 years. Or 100 years, whatever. Fuck you.
His wife. I mean, that's the extent that these guys went to in order to try and manufacture this narrative. And to anyone with eyes and ears to hear, they could see what Biden looked like, what Biden's performance looked like. So I don't understand why it's so shocking to people. David Axelrod said on CNN, I believe at this point, 9 months ago, that, you know, Biden has to go. Someone else has to come in and you know, potentially win this race. You have an election coming up right now where the down ballot races, where you have Democratic Party senators doing 10 points.
By the way, can we also point out that Jamal Bowman just lost his race, right? Because a lobbying group with direct connections to the Israeli government poured $20+ million into his opponent's race. And no one's mentioning that. The same people who went crazy and said that Donald Trump won because of Russia are literally ignoring direct monetary interference in their elections by a foreign state. Absolutely wild shit.
Better than the top of the ticket, than Joe Biden in places like Nevada, in states like Arizona. These are states that Biden has to win. You have issues, especially post-October 7, with the supposed blue wall that's obviously destroyed. You got Michigan, that's a potential problem for Joe Biden. All of these swing states that the Democratic Party should be clearing up with like Reagan numbers right now are in contest. Having said that, Donald Trump also had a phenomenally bad performance last night. It's just that no one is going to talk about that because one guy was very clearly demented. So when the other guy's talking about immigrants...
Jesus Christ. Okay, it's not politically correct tonight, okay? We know that. Just come to terms with it. Also, I just realised Piers Morgan is selling t-shirts. Honestly, any human being who has ever bought a fucking Piers Morgan t-shirt for £25, You are a moron and you deserve to be locked away for your own good. Who the fuck is buying merch from this freak? Fucking hell. Twitch tried to warn me about you, and rightly so. I'm a dangerous man to know.
Immigrants and how they're responsible for everything that is going on for an hour and 30 minutes straight. People didn't even have the time to make that assessment because they were so unimaginably shocked at the fact that the Democratic Party has basically put forward a cadaver and tried to push him over the finish line. And
the weekend at Bernieing the motherfucker. Yeah.
Are hoping that you don't notice.
Okay. I'm going to come to your two panelists in a moment. We're going to be joined right now by Republican U.S. Senate candidate for Arizona, Carrie Lake. Carrie, what did we watch last night?
Where the fuck did this fucking creepy bitch pop up from? Is this just a fucking Zoom call and he's put out the fucking link to all his mates? And they're just popping in randomly? Because he didn't announce this motherfucker at the start. Where the fuck is she coming in from? Fucking hell.
A train wreck combined with a dumpster fire and a huge, massive victory for President Trump and really America first. That's what it's about. It's about putting our country first. And we've watched for 4 years as Joe Biden has caused the most high levels of inflation that I've seen in my lifetime. We've watched, and I'm not just going to blame Joe Biden. The National Democrats have stood behind this guy, and to act like last night, oh my goodness, finally they're just seeing for the first time there's problems with Joe Biden. We've been seeing this for a long time, Piers. The American people have been seeing his decline for a long time. And I think we need to all come together at this moment in history and recognize that we need to make a major, major change.
Which we need to make a major, major change by electing the guy that fucked it up for 4 years again. But only the one that fucked it up 4 years prior to that. What? The fuck are you talking about?
That debate performance was a debacle. We cannot trust the National Democrats or the mainstream media. None of them.
Yeah,
Especially
she is concerned,
not the guy I'm running
Roland.
against, Ruben Gallego. He's been part and parcel, voted 100% of the time with Joe Biden, and they've allowed him to spend 4 years destroying our country. They haven't lifted a single finger. And now, after all the inflation, 20 million people invading our country.
20 million people. Is that remotely true? That seems like bullshit to me.
Disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, a terrorist attack, October 7th. I could go on and on and on. Now they're starting to criticize Biden. I don't know. I'm just not buying it.
Hang on. What the fuck were they supposed to do about October 7th? Hang on a minute. Time out, Home Slice. You know he's not the president of Israel. Like, even if we're ridiculously generous and we concede all the other points you made there, which would be ridiculous. What the fuck was he supposed to do about October 7th? He's not Benjamin Netanyahu. He's not the leader of that place. That's not his fucking deal. And since then, he's jumped through hoops to defend them. She's like evil Julie Andrews, true. She's Julie Andrews, but she sided with the Nazis in The Sound of Music.
I'm just thinking they're using this moment to try to spin things.
Could it be careful what you wish for, in the sense that what at the moment is obviously a spectacularly good day to be Donald Trump, because nobody's talking about him other than, by comparison to Biden, he was a sort of whirlwind of dynamism and youthful vigor and energy. But of course, Biden was so bad that there's now a concerted effort. You can feel it from the mainstream media to Democrat supporters to donors and so on, to try and force Joe Biden to give up. If that was to happen and the Democrats were to parachute in a much younger, much more dynamic person, maybe somebody a lot younger than Donald Trump, could that actually be bad news in the longer term of this election race?
Well, first of all, I think the Democrats are stuck with Joe Biden. I don't see a way out at this point. You know, the money he's raised would have to stay with him. They wouldn't be able to transfer that over. And you know, honestly, I don't think you can bring anybody in. I mean, you could bring someone younger in. They still have destructive policies, Piers. This isn't just Joe Biden, it's the Democrat policy.
Oh, she's really fucking boring. Just fuck off, bitch. I don't care what you have to say. You know, I rarely skip through a rightoid freak out, but I just can't be bothered.
Thank you.
Let's go back to the panel.
I'm sick of listening to Trump because you know what the Trump dick riders are going to say. That it's pointless listening to them.
Talk to Jenna Ellis. Now, Jenna, you're a former lawyer to Donald Trump. You're pretty guilty in the election subversion case in Georgia in October. You were the fourth of 19 co-defendants to plead guilty in a deal with prosecutors. Trump, of course, has pleaded not guilty. So that's the background to your appearance today.
Criminal. She's a criminal, yes, we know.
Look, Trump, you know, was Trump. I mean, I just looked at them both. I watched the whole debate from start to finish without any break. And I just saw in Trump the same guy that I've known pretty much for 20 years.
Really? Everyone skipped her? She's that much of a clown.
Behaving,
Love
frankly,
her.
the same way he's always behaved. If
Love
anything,
her.
he was slightly less combative and confrontational than he normally is. He was a bit more on message than he normally is. He was fact-checked. He did tell a number of untruths. But when you've got an opponent like Joe Biden, if he continues to be the opponent, surely Donald Trump is just heading straight back to the White House, isn't he?
Well, I've said for a while that the first party that is willing to substitute either Trump or Biden is likely to be the victor, because you have people on both sides that absolutely...
Oh, I forgot, yeah. After she had to plead guilty in Georgia, she's come out against Trump. So even though she was literally part of the Stop the Steal bullshit with trying to steal the election, and she was literally the woman who smelled the farts of Rudy Giuliani in Lansing, Michigan, if you remember, because she knows Trump, anyone who's ever worked with Trump and knows him, once they stop working for him, come out against him, because he's a fucking cunt, you know? The only one who hasn't, to be fair, is soon to be inmate of whatever state penitentiary he's going to, Steve Bannon, and that's because he's still raking in money from it. He's still on the grift train, you know. Yes, Spain won 4-1. Poor Georgia. They added enormously to the competition, though. I enjoyed Georgia. They had a lot of passion to them.
Hate Donald Trump and absolutely hate Joe Biden. And after last night, and Trump was clearly the winner just because he was able to be coherent and measured and show leadership, and that's a really low standard.
He stayed awake for the entire thing, so he wins. Fucking hell.
After last night, what you really saw, Piers, was the Washington corruption on full display, because we have been lied to by the White House, by Democrats, by the media, who have continued to prop up Joe Biden and say there's nothing wrong with him, he's perfectly capable, of course he's running the White House. Kamala Harris herself, in that very...
Will Kamala Harris be any less genocidal? No. No, not at all.
Just shocking interview with Anderson Cooper right after. Couldn't even answer the question, his last question to her, of whether this is the same Joe Biden that she sees every day, because she can't answer. What is the response to that? If she says yes, then that's really bad for her. If she says no, then she's admitting that he is not fit for office. But on the same hand, if there is a replacement, and I think that the Democrats are right to push for that, then I think that that ultimately does hurt Donald Trump in the long run. And even Republican friends of mine and people who I worked with on the 2020 campaign, who've been there since 2016, don't support Donald Trump anymore, and for very good reason. And so if Joe Biden is replaced, then I think that this debate will have been a mistake for Donald Trump to have participated in, because...
Oh yeah, don't forget as well, right? This was the Democrats' idea. They wanted to have an early debate. This was their fucking choice. They pushed for there to be an early debate. There's a great bit from the MASH report. Okay, I'll have a look at that in a second. Also, fuck Jenna Ellis. She's an idiot. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
He may end up losing if they do replace Joe Biden. And I think we have to remember that now in America, our entire election system is run by a two-party ultimately corrupt system. This isn't of the people, by the people, for the people that our founders intended. This is a two-party system that needs each other, that feeds off each other, and is both.
What is this nonsense?
Right, Rachel Parris is at the social media wall taking your comments and queries. Rachel.
Oh, thank you. That's right, Nish. Following on from your story earlier about Trump's State of the Union address, a lot of people have been emailing in about the Piers Morgan-Trump interview. People are really confused. They're saying that Trump came across as a really sweet man, and yet normally he comes across as a semi-literate, divisive would-be dictator. Which one is it, Rachel? Well, let me help. This is my quick guide to the difference between hard-hitting journalism and a celebrity puff piece. So firstly, Nish, let's look at the staging of the interview. Now, in a typical robust political interview, think something like Frost-Nixon, the two opponents face off with several meters between them, no furniture blocking their path, there's nowhere to hide. Whereas, in the Trump interview, the staging hinted at a greater intimacy between the two men.
I wasn't expecting that. Oh no.
Can you see the different style of interrogation there, Nish?
Yeah, I mean, not only can I see it, I'm concerned, Rachel, that I'll never be able to unsee it.
We all feel that way. So, Piers, from the very outset, has his face firmly lodged inside Trump's petite rectum, allowing him to more easily probe the president with punchy questions such as, "You're half British, right?" And "I like your tweets."
But these are things he really said.
Yes, Piers Morgan actually said these things. To determine whether you're witnessing serious journalism, a good start is taking a look at the previous work of the journalist. For example, this is Orla Guerin getting shot at in Libya. Now, Nish, do you feel that you would trust her to do proper journalism?
Stop it. Yeah, I mean, I'd trust her with my life from the looks of that thing.
I feel the same way. And this is John Simpson sitting down to do an interview with the brutal dictator Colonel Gaddafi. Now, Nish, does this seem like a sort of lightweight puff piece?
Yeah, I mean, Gaddafi looks worryingly like me from behind.
I didn't like to say. And then, on the other hand, this is Piers Morgan sat on a peach sofa demanding to know, is your baby a bigot?
That's amazing. I was like, they're definitely going to bring up like phone hacking or something. You don't need to. You don't need to. Is your baby a bigger? Yes. Yes. They're British, so obviously. It goes without saying. They're British, ergo, bigot. Fact. Show me the lie, anywhere. Thank you, Scribby, with 27 months. And that is a multiple of 9. So you get... Well, do you get one? The link doesn't work. Payword, it doesn't work. The gift doesn't work. It just says this content is no longer available. Does that mean the post-birth baby Bible abortion is dead? Have we aborted the abortion? Why am I speaking in this high-tone voice? Why are my testicles undropped?
It's real. He has failed to challenge some of Trump's slightly wild assertions. For instance, his statement that polar ice caps are at record levels. And they are, in a way. They're the smallest they've ever been. Perhaps that's what Piers thought he meant, and
that is a record low. Yeah. Technically not incorrect.
that's why he didn't challenge it. Let's say that. However, Piers really should have challenged Trump's assertion that he has tremendous respect for women. Now, Nish, you know, I hate to be a facty Francis about it, but seeing as Trump is working to reduce access to family planning in both the US and the developing world, I think Piers could have afforded to show just a hint more skepticism. Maybe something like this. But give Trump his due, in the interview he declared that he wasn't a feminist, and to be fair, he definitely isn't. So that shows real integrity, doesn't it, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to hear him tell the truth for once in his life.
Exactly, that's my point. From here, Piers was able to speak for all of Britain and actually thank Trump for apologising for retweeting racist videos. Nish, I loved it when Piers spoke for all of Britain, didn't you?
I can't think of anything I hated more.
You're right, I agree. He's an everyman, Nish. He represents us all. He's me, except he's a man. He's you, except he's white. He's everyone, except he's not, and he's worse.
True. Literally true.
So, no, it's not exactly the scrutiny you might hope a Nazi-backing leader of the free world might receive, Nish, but I'm sure we can all agree. So much more fun.
Thank you, Rachel Paris!
Literally true. Literally true.
Both thoroughly corrupt, and I think that we all as Americans need to take a very hard look at our republic, the path forward, and ask ourselves, why were these the two candidates on the debate stage? As an independent now, unaffiliated, I supported Governor DeSantis in the primary because I've seen the corruption out of the Trump side, and I have very serious concerns about him going.
Ron DeSantis. You're an independent, non-aligned, who supported Ron DeSantis. I think you're a bullshitter. You know, all of those non-aligned people who like Ron DeSantis. Get fucked.
Stop it. Going back into the White House, and I wish that the Republicans would have.
Literally true. Thank you, Modernism, for resubscribing. 4 months, much love. Last day of Pride. It is the last day of Pride. That is true. Hello there, loudest bass or loudest bass? Either way, good. I like both loud bass and bass. Now that Pride is over, or in a few hours, you are going to have to stop being into femboys for the rest of the year. How are you planning on handling the withdrawals? That's not how it works. I just have to do it with shame. I'm still into it. I'm just into it with shame for the 11 months of the year that isn't Pride. Which honestly feels dirtier. It's awesome.
Have a long conversation about their
also, we're on a hype train, everyone. If you want to make the hype train go choo-choo, if we get to level 2 of the hype train, I will finger Ron DeSantis. Fuck it, why not?
But I think that is going
Bits
to happen
and subs,
for
people.
the
Let's
Democrats,
go.
and they're wise to do that openly and publicly now. But we have to remember they are the ones that have lied to us about Biden's mental capacity, and there is another way to take him out. If his cabinet members, a number of them, a sufficient number of the majority per the 25th Amendment, and it's not about unfit, it's not about policy, it's not about liking him or not. The term constitutionally is unable to fulfill his duties.
Okay.
He clearly is unable. If they stood up and actually said...
She didn't just get charged, she admitted to it. She took a plea deal and fucking pled guilty. Yeah.
That, they could take him out.
Okay, let's bring in Vinny Hasan. I want to play a little clip. This is of Gavin Newsom speaking.
I don't know who the fuck this guy is, by the way. Do we know who this chap is? I don't know who he is.
There is panic. Do you think it's unfounded?
Well, I think it's unhelpful, and I think it's unnecessary.
Ooh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute, Mr. Governor. That was not the question that was asked. They said specifically, was it unfounded? And you said it was unnecessary. Okay, I mean, that suggests that you're leaving open the possibility that it is still founded, even if it's unnecessary. Just saying. Thank you. Oh God, who is that? LilyCat87 with 100 bits. Much fucking love.
We got to go in and got to keep our heads high, and as I say, we got to have the back of this president. You don't turn your back because of one performance. What kind of party does that? It's been a
Oh, okay, but like it's not just one performance, is it? Where's the one of him? Hang on. Biden walks on grass. Yeah, this is the one. Look, right, okay. This is amazing. This was from like 2 fucking years ago as well, right? His brain doesn't fucking work. got nothing to do with a stutter. Firstly, we don't need fucking sound for it. We don't need sound for it. Look at this, right? So he gets off not Air Force One, Chopper One, whatever the fuck it's called. Starts walking back to the White House. No problem so far. Right. He's walking. Avoids the pallet. Good stuff. You look, security guard literally points. Watch him. He points. There you go, points. Points to the thing. Literally says, look, Mr. President, you go down there. Look. Literally points and says, Mr. President, go that way. And he just wanders off onto the fucking grass. The fucking pavement has ended, Joe. The pavement ceased to be, and you continue to walk onto the grass. The guy pointed twice to the fucking go in the building. That was 2 years ago. He's not 2 years sharper since then. This isn't one performance. His brain is fucking gone. He may have vision issues. I don't think he does have vision. I've never heard them remotely claim he had vision problems. Also, he navigated the pallet. He went around the pallet. That wasn't a problem. And also, like... Also, he should know where the fucking thing is. Like, just walk down the fucking thing into the building. You're going into the building, Joe. He just wanted to touch grass. Well, I mean, soon he'll be 6 feet under some grass, so I suppose, you know, he's got taking a fucking dirt nap. The fucking dodgy old cunt. Jesus Christ. By the way, that was not a threat. I wasn't threatening to murder him. I'm just saying he's old and will die at some point in the not desperately distant future.
Masterclass. 15.6 million jobs. That's 8 times more than the last 3 Republican presidents combined. The only thing the last 3 Republican presidents have in common is recessions. Democrats deliver. This president has delivered. We need to deliver for him.
Now, Vinny, here's the thing. Trump had a great night. I mean, even the CNN poll...
He didn't have a great night. It's just his opponent had a shit night.
67% of CNN viewers felt that Trump put in a better performance than 33% for Biden. God knows who the 33% were, but he obviously won the debate very comfortably.
Other senile people, I imagine.
just not.
Or Trump people so stupid they didn't know which one was which. They couldn't read, so they just went with the one that looked most like it would spell Trump if they could read.
Very much particularly special. But if they do get rid of Biden and they do parachute in somebody like Gavin Newsom, who's young, he's dynamic, he's not afraid to get into the horses, into the lion's den. He went on Fox News with Sean
Into the horse's den?
Hannity for an hour and acquitted himself very well. He's eloquent, he's sharp. Yes, he's got a record that can be attacked. But in terms of the visual optics, would that not concern you a bit as a Trump fan, as a Republican, that you might end up out of this victory with a far more difficult opponent to try and defeat in November?
Oh, I think don't put anything past the Democrats. The fact that Gavin Newsom can sit there and literally look at somebody in the face and say, Joe Biden's presidency has been a master class. That Gavin Newsom is one of the most disgusting snakes in the grass. Just look at California, okay? I even had to write this down, Piers. Highest taxes in the nation. Thousands of businesses have left. Mandatory vaccine bills. Losing...
Oh, so he's some right-wing cunt. Awesome.
Child custody over if your child doesn't transition. $7 gas.
If you... Hang on. Whoa. You lose custody if your child doesn't transition. He just said that, right? Hang on, we'll go back.
Mandatory vaccine bills. Losing child custody over if your child doesn't transition.
If your child doesn't transition. So what? It's now the law that you have to transition your child, otherwise you lose custody. I think you might be wrong. I think you might be very wrong. He's on the PBD podcast. What the fuck is that? I don't know what PBD is. Should I know what that is? Post Biden disorder. I don't know. Everyone in California is trans. True.
$7 gas. This is, and I'm telling you right now, Piers.
Patrick bet David, okay.
Scary as hell, and I don't care what anybody says. This has all been a plan, okay? They moved the debates up early, all right? They didn't give him any, whatever he was on the State of the Union, Piers, that 60 minutes, he was up. They probably gave him adrenaline. He was there. He was in the moment.
No, he was just awake. He was clearly tired and had the flu. Like,
this was the time when they put him out there like a sacrificial lamb. They said, listen, Jill, we're not going to give Joe any drugs. We're going to roll him out there. He looked lost. He had no idea what he's going to do. I think the shift is going to happen 100%. There is absolutely no way they're going to stay with him. And that is going to be a huge challenge for the Republicans, because all this, because we've had a case study, Piers. We've had 4 years of Trump, and now we're going to have 4 years of Biden. There is no debate. There's no arguing. The country is shit right now. And I know Hasan said, you know, Trump was talking about the border and the illegals are the problem. They are the problem, okay? They are. Kerry mentioned one story.
oh, so he's just a racist. Okay, cool.
There's been 4 this week, 4 of young girls getting raped and murders. And people like that say, oh, it's not really a problem. You say that because it's not happening to you or your family.
Mate, how many people didn't do that, though? Like, the thing is, and you really do have to look at this, well, not just illegal, migrants, and indeed the children of migrants, are less criminal than not. Also, Donald Trump is a rapist. And an anchor baby, interestingly, which rather goes against my point about the children of migrants being less criminal, I suppose. But, yeah, it literally isn't the problem. The problem is the economic system that leads to the criminality, which again largely affects people who are not migrants. So you're just wrong. Just a thought.
Or your daughter or your mother, okay? It is a problem. And by the end of this 4 years, the number's probably going to be 18 million.
The whole state of California. I don't know what you're talking about. I live in California.
Yeah.
We are the largest border state, as the governor also mentioned.
Yeah, it's a whole.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's a total hellhole, dude.
California
is
a
a
shit
sinking.
show.
Look at your tan.
Oh yeah, it's sinking. By the way, first of all, I don't respect any nepo baby that thinks Twitch streaming is a job. And what you?
Nepo baby? Aren't you literally a Trump fan? What?
I want the audience to know this guy Hasan has said in the past that America deserved 9/11.
Based,
don't even talk.
Based, awesome and based.
Don't even open your mouth. Don't even open your mouth. You don't have no reason to talk.
Vinny,
just shut up.
I'm a big
just
fan
do me a favor and shut up.
I'm a big
respectfully.
fan of you. And,
okay, but hold on.
I'm a big fan of you, so I don't want you to die. I feel like your heart pressure is going up. You're turning.
You're turning
red, Vinny.
Somebody like you to say America deserved 9/11, Hasan, you shouldn't be on this fucking panel. I'm sorry for my language, Piers. He doesn't belong on your show. That being said, Piers.
Oh yeah, he only has the best people like Rabbi Shmuley on. All the best intellects like yourself, mate.
It'll be a huge challenge.
Triggered, Vinny?
Huge challenge for Democrats.
Should we invoke Donald Trump right now and say let's not be children?
Yeah, I think that's a very good call, Jenna. Yeah, I think we're going to try and keep things.
Can we get back to the?
Do you know what was interesting? What was interesting? Well, hang on. What was interesting about last night, actually? I'll bring Cenk back in here. I liked the format, actually, of the way CNN did this. I thought Jake Tapper and Dana Bash did a very competent job. But also, I liked the format where there was no audience to manipulate, perhaps, or save a candidate for themselves, or to overreact to try and drown out a particularly salient point. And the mute button worked very well. You could see both candidates trying to speak at various times when their mute button was on. I don't know what you thought, but I actually thought it was a pretty good format for showing us what the reality was of these two candidates.
So, Piers, a lot of people are criticizing CNN now, and in fact, they themselves this morning admitted that maybe we should have fact-checked Trump once or twice.
Yeah, a little bit.
When he said, like, deranged things like, oh, there's post-birth abortions. That
nonsense.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
But my answer would be, why Joe Biden should have done it. Right, Biden should have called him out on all those things, but he wasn't able to.
Oh, so he's literally saying it does happen. This Vinny twat, the guy who looks like a lobster.
Hold on. That's exactly what I'm getting to.
Right.
So you know, when somebody says something so stupid like that, and like Trump says, oh, they let out all the mental institutions and the prisoners of countries, the opponent has a responsibility to say, which countries?
Yeah.
Tell me which countries released all their prisoners and mental inmates.
Wakanda, Airstrip 1, Jumanji,
etc. What are you talking about? Post-birth abortion? That doesn't even make any sense, you deranged lunatic.
and I can tell you it's not happening because even my post-birth baby Bible abortion gift doesn't fucking work anymore. So it's definitely not happening anywhere anymore. Outrageous.
So yeah, I'm not getting on Jake Tapper or Dana Bash. The guy opposed to you is supposed to make those super obvious points.
Yeah.
Look, at this point, this conversation about whether Joe Biden's going to drop.
I think the incumbency is on, obviously, Joe Biden to be able to do that. But also, I think the hosts have something of a responsibility. I don't think you should let them off scot-free. Like, yeah, Biden fucked up, but so did the hosts by just allowing them this shit. It's the same mistake the media made in 2016. I mean, at least he didn't have the fucking right to just, like, shout over him. But although that did rob us of the opportunity to hear Joe Biden say, "Shut up, man," again, which would have been fun. And he didn't say inshallah. That's Joe Biden's biggest fault. He didn't say inshallah.
Dropout is over. He's definitely going to drop out. The donors no longer think he's a good investment. And think about this, Piers. If he doesn't drop out, imagine what history is going to say about him. That he put his monstrous ego, maybe an ego even larger than Donald Trump's, above the
don't be
needs of the
silly. He's not more fucking ego-driven than Donald Trump. That's nonsense. Don't be fucking... This is why you're not going to be president. That and the fact that you're not even legally entitled to under the Constitution. But other than that, this is the reason why you're not going to be president.
The country, the party, the voters. It's an unbearable thought. He would become one of the great villains of American history. And there's actually a really easy way to replace him. All he has to do is say, "I'm out." And then we go back to a traditional convention where the delegates decide. That's almost always how Americans
And by the
their
way, I think we
candidates
discussed
anyway.
Yeah, we discussed it before, but two incumbent Democrat presidents since the end of World War II have both stood down in election year: Harry Truman and Lyndon Johnson. So there's a precedent here for this to happen. It just hasn't happened where the incumbent president doesn't want to go. Jenna, I want to bring you in just on one point, which is the behaviour of Jill Biden after the debate. Watch this.
Oh, I played this earlier.
Great
Yeah.
job. You answered every question. You knew all the. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do?
I mean, I found that pretty painful to watch. She then led a child of 4 more years.
It's honestly, it's so bad. It's so embarrassing. And that hasn't even got anything to do with him. That's his wife, like, talking to him like he's a fucking dog. Who's a good boy? Who answered all the questions? Like, ooh, God almighty. Phew.
And the reason it's painful is she's Dr. Jill Biden. This is her husband. He's in front of maybe 100 million people in America alone.
Jill
tens
is
of millions
Hamas.
more watching
True.
around the world, being utterly humiliated. Clearly has onset dementia, and is being, dragged.
Whoa. Let's chill the fuck out with that, Piers. Like, I think he's slowing down. I don't know that you can say he's got early onset dementia. I don't think you're anywhere near a proficient enough doctor to be able to make that analysis. And of course the fact that you've never interacted with the patient in this question. Like, don't be a fucking prick. We can say he's slowed down, and I don't think there's any fucking doubt he's slowed down. And that's a worry. One of the reasons he ought not to be candidate. Not that for a second I think he isn't going to be, but that he ought not be. But either way, he's slowing down. He's in his fucking 80s. That's not a massive surprise. Nor does it mean he can't contribute in any way to public life. But the president does need to be a bit more on the ball. Like, they literally said, Maria in chat, hello there, Maria. we had a little conversation in the Discord, and they said like, oh, he's sharper between the hours of 10 and 4 p.m. or something like that, and that's why they usually have his like TV appearances in that time slot. And I just think to myself like, what about if the Russians launch nukes after 5 then? Do we just have to hope, just hope that they fucking invade during his good hours, and then he might be able to do something? Like, it's bollocks, man. He's not really fit for the job anymore. Again, he's in his 80s. That's not massively surprising.
Dragged through an incredibly embarrassing, humiliating process of this debate, being mocked and laughed at around the world, and rather than do what any normal spouse would do, I think, in that situation, which is be protective and save Joe Biden from himself, she seems even keener than he is for him to carry on and to perpetrate and continue to perpetrate the lie that...
Yes, we, non-binary. Who do you think gets to launch our nuclear codes? It's not the Prime Minister. And you think it's better to literally do the thing that... What? Maria, what the fuck are you talking about? Who the fuck do you think I am? I'm not some fucking monster. Like, if the Democratic Party decide to go with him, then okay, they go with him. I'm not asking for anything like that. Can you fucking stop coping, Maria? Because honestly, it's the presidential... I nearly said prime ministerial, that's not the fucking thing. The presidential election isn't for months yet. Okay? I mean, if we carry on at this pace, me and you are probably going to fucking fall out. So you just need to chill a little bit. Okay? I'm not arguing for anything of the kind, and I expect you to give me a little bit more fucking good faith in that. Like, you're not arguing with some right-wing cunt here. I want to beat fucking Trump. I say what I say, and I believe what I believe, at least in part because it's the best thing, I think, to defeat Trump. I don't give two fucks about Joe Biden. Joe Biden could fucking die tomorrow. I don't give a fuck. He's a genocidal freak. If he was the best person for the fucking job, though, I'd say so. But he isn't.
There's nothing wrong here. He answered every question. Well, he didn't even understand most of the questions from what I could see. What did you think about her as the First Lady and her responsibility here?
Well, she's clearly married to power, not to Joe Biden personally, and that's incredibly tragic. I mean,
that's not fucking fair. You're a trash bag. Look, why the fuck are you even interviewing this bitch? Like, she's literally guilty of fucking electoral fraud. Why are you having her on to talk about this? She hasn't got a leg to stand on.
I mean, I was watching this debate with my parents who have been happily married for almost 50 years, and my mom was almost in tears looking at how frail and tragic of a figure Joe Biden was on stage. We all said our heart went out to him. I mean, I could sympathize with Van Jones on the panel after CNN moved to tears, saying he just looked terrible. Everybody knows.
Van Jones is a knob. I'm just putting that out there.
That he clearly is sick. He is unable to fulfill his duties. And yet here is Joe Biden, the one person in his life that should be telling him, listen, you've got to step down, helping facilitate that, looking out for his best interest, not to mention the country as the First Lady, but his own best interest. And she's the one who's standing up, treating him like a child. I mean, it was like she was in a preschool class and telling him as a toddler, you did a good job, little one. You did. I mean, it was so unbearably pathetic that this woman would prioritize this.
Look, I've got 4 kids. It's like when your 4-year-old comes last in a race on sports day and you tell them you did a great job. That's really what it felt like to me. It's an absolute obvious lie. Everyone saw your kid come last, but you don't want them to be too upset. And I've been really struck by the immediate, because I used to work at CNN for 4 years. I was there on election nights in 2012 and stuff.
And then they canned your ass. because your ratings went through the floor because you're a fundamentally unlikable twat. And then we had to have you back because technically you're a citizen here.
I have never seen a CNN panel react the way they did at the immediate end of that debate. John King absolutely lacerated Biden's performance in a way I've never seen him do. Van Jones, like you say, was sort of tearful. David Axelrod pounded him, but they all did. And I was really struck by...
David Axelrod pounded him? That's fucking hot. Can someone send me the link to that? I mean, I can't show it on stream, obviously, but that's amazing.
We've got a clip of some of this. Let's take a look.
Maybe Joe Biden does have a heart sex. It's just he's the receiver on this occasion. Fair play. Lovely stuff.
As we speak, there is a deep, a wide, and a very aggressive panic in the Democratic Party. It started minutes into the debate.
No wonder it's deep and wide. Apparently he's getting fucking pounded by Axelrod.
And it continues right now. It involves party strategists, it involves elected officials, it involves fundraisers. And they're having conversations about the president's performance, which they think was dismal, which they think will hurt other people down the party in the ticket, and they're having conversations about what they should do about it. Some of those conversations include, should we go to the White House and ask the president to step aside? Other of the conversations are about, should prominent Democrats go public with that call? Because they feel this debate was so terrible. They do say, in moments in the debate later, the president got better and got his footing, but then at the end, even his closing statement was a little halting. The contrast between the two candidates.
Halting.
It wasn't a little halting. The end of that debate, the summary by Joe Biden was incomprehensible gibberish. Well, joining me now is Joe Biden's former White House advisor, Mo Vela. You know, Mo, I wrote a column for the New York Post, which is just going up now, where I said I genuinely felt very sad. I've never interviewed Joe Biden, but I had a phone call once with him after his son Beau died. It was a very moving and emotional conversation we had.
Who the fuck's this wanker now? What the fuck?
He was vice president at the time. It was 10 years ago. And I remember every word of that. And he was.
You know, this story isn't about you, Piers. Are you aware of that? You're aware that you're not to do with it. This is not a fucking thing about you. Well, I'm so awesome. I once had a conversation. Who gives a fuck?
Somebody I just was very impressed by, actually, in the way he handled that call and the reasons that we had it. When I watched Joe Biden last night, I didn't recognize that person. He is not the person he used to be. And I felt a real sense of sadness, as I would for any old person clearly suffering now from some form of senile dementia, exposed on such a gigantic live television stage to utter humiliation. I don't think it's something you feel jubilant about. You just feel sadness for him and real discomfort. I've got to say, from here in London, watching America's president basically self-imploding like that on a world stage was pretty scary. I mean, this is the guy with his finger on the nuclear button for America. You, as his former advisor, what were you...
Dude, stop fucking talking. Let this fucking bloke talk.
What are you thinking?
Well, I share your sentiment of sadness, Piers, to be honest with you. I was sad for a variety of reasons. One, Joe Biden is somebody I love very dearly. I know him quite well. He and Dr. Biden are beautiful, beautiful human beings. He has literally dedicated his entire adult life to this nation. Arguably, he saved our democracy already once. But he has dedicated his life to public service in our country. And you can't help but love...
He beat Trump, sure. I'm not sure you can say he saved the democracy, really.
This decent, beautiful, warm human being. So it was sad for the reasons you stated. I was also mad, Piers, because I thought this was a political blunder, an absolute strategic mistake from his campaign to put him out there like that, whether he was feeling well or not, or whatever the reasons were, as you allude to, possibly early onset, whatever. It doesn't matter. You don't put your candidate out there if you're not absolutely confident that they are ready to perform. So I was angry. But you know what? I know him, Piers. And I'll tell you what I know about him. He's decent, as I said before. And I think he's going to meditate, and I think he's going to reflect, and I think he's going to surround himself with his family, who he loves. By the way, to Jenna, I appreciated so many of the things you said a while ago, Jenna, and I want to say this to you, though. It was sure nice to see a wife love their husband enough to be at the debate and to come out and actually...
Get wrecked, bitch. At least his wife actually fucking turned up.
Kiss her husband and to love him. And most wives, I hope all of your spouses, I'm a single gay man, but if I had a spouse, they sure the hell better defend me in my worst moments in life, because that's what I think love is about. So,
but you know what, Mo?
No, to be fair though, she did have a prior engagement on that particular occasion. She had it already booked in her diary, and she couldn't change it at the last second. She was fucking the pool boy, so like she couldn't. You know what I mean? Like once you've set that in stone, you can't get back out of that. Although she did back into it.
Here's the
she
problem.
Had to help him off the stage, though. She had to
well,
help
I'm
him
about
off the stage. She wasn't
yeah,
there
Jenna,
to
I'm about
love
to.
on him and kiss
I'm going
him.
to show that. I'm going to show that very clip. Actually, let's watch that clip.
Are now in the books and in front of the voters tonight, along with Aaron Burnett. The first word on what those voters might make of it.
Now, you see, what you're seeing there is Dr. Biden guiding Joe Biden, the president, down literally 2 steps because she's worried he's going to fall over. And only 2 weeks ago, we saw Barack Obama take his former vice president's hand and guide him off a stage at a fundraiser in LA. And I actually tweeted at that time with that clip. I posted on X that I thought this was just so...
No, I wasn't saying that Jill Biden was fucking the pool boy. I'm saying that Melania Trump was fucking the pool boy. We know Jill was there. She was at the fucking event.
Awful to watch. Why are the Democrats going to carry on allowing this to happen and stand by Biden as a candidate? And an interesting series of things happened. Bill Ackman, the billionaire hedge fund guy, sent me a long response in which he talked about it was obvious to him that Biden's mental and physical acuity now were just simply not up to the job of being president of the United States.
I don't think the physical thing is as important, really, or really that important at all. FDR, towards the end, was physically incapable. It didn't make him not a good president. And not just at the end, as in like right at the end. I mean, like for the last couple of years, he could barely walk. He could barely stand. You know, he had massive heart problems and all sorts. He was a fucking wreck. But mentally, he was still there, so it was fine. You know, he carried on. It's the mental side of it which I think is an issue. Certainly.
And he carried on explaining, you know, why age is relevant here, and how he just doesn't think he can do the job anymore. And we were talking all like this, and then we had an enormous kickback from all sorts of people, led by Mark Cuban, who another billionaire business guy, who pounded into me and Bill Ackman and said that we were playing to the gallery, playing to our followers, that we were denying the reality, which is both Trump and Biden were equally frail and infirm and so on. And I did message him today. And
like, Trump is a piece of shit, right? Trump is 100% a massive piece of shit. He literally said some of the most absurd things I've ever seen on a fucking presidential debate stage. Literally the line, "I didn't have sex with a porn star," will live with me forever. I don't think that we will ever hear a stranger sentence spoken on a presidential debate stage, frankly. Well, until the next one, I imagine. Assuming that it even happens at this point. Because if I was Biden, I honestly, given that performance, I'd try and back out of it. If I was him, I would genuinely try and back out. Oh, here's your post-birth baby Bible abortion. See, Trump was right. Post-birth abortions are happening. It's just me slapping these 2 babies with a Bible. See, it's fact. It's fact. What was I saying? Anyway, yeah, Trump's a massive piece of shit. But the people that were going to vote for him were going to vote for him anyway. And we do... Biden is being held to a very different set of standards, but that's because he's not trying to appeal to scum. He's not trying to appeal to, like, pieces of shit. So you know, you can say, oh, well, it's not fair. Of course it's not fucking fair. Life isn't fair. You know, whether you like it or not, it's about the perception that people have. What I think doesn't matter at all, because I don't get to vote. Setting aside the jokes I do about voting in all of the states and bamboo fucking ballot papers and all of that, I don't actually get to vote. So what I think doesn't matter. It's what Billy Bob Fuckface in Michigan thinks. You know what I mean? These are the people that actually matter, and they'll see a doddering old fucking man who can't get a sentence out, whether he had the flu, whether he's got a stutter, whether he's, you know, a little bit infirm, or whatever the fucking reasons are. You can like it or dislike it, but they just see, oh, that guy is not fit to be president. That's the point here. And if defeating Trump is the big issue, and Biden is a stumbling block to that, put 2 and 2 together. But just don't replace him with fucking Kamala Harris. Jesus Christ. For a start off, she's a fucking charisma dump. And secondly, she's got the stank of Biden on her anyway, so like... And she seems like she's drunk or fucking drugged up a lot of the time. Very strange. I don't think she is. I think she's just... I don't know, maybe... Did the vice presidency, like, change her into... I don't even know. She seems a bit ditzy or something. Just a bit... flighty. Not as grounded as she once was. She's not that old, so I don't think it's a fucking mental thing with her. She's just... Maybe the inaction of being vice president just fucking changes a person. I don't know. Oh, that emote's awesome. The small Hasan head. I wouldn't mind small head off Hasan.
I said, Mark, do you want to reevaluate what you tweeted us and the attack you made on us? Because it turns out, if anything, we understated how bad this situation is. And I think, Mo, the reality for the Democrats surely is, if they go ahead with Joe Biden now as their nominee, then Donald Trump is going to win, I would say, extremely easily in November. Whereas if they get rid of him, they have got a chance of getting somebody younger, more dynamic, who just might...
And by the way, this is all hypothetical anyway, because they're not going to get rid of him. They're not. But, like, I still think they should, but I don't think they will.
Energize the whole Democrat election campaign.
You know, Piers, here's where I come down on it. I slept on it last night, and here's where I woke up feeling about it. I know this gentleman. I love him. I respect him. I appreciate what he's done for our country. He has earned the respect and the right to go now and make his decision. I really...
No. That's not how it works. But the country doesn't owe Joe Biden fucking anything. The Democratic Party doesn't owe Joe Biden anything. This is about public service. This is about someone who wants to... We need to get... Again, it's the seniority shit. It's the DNC... institutionalist shit that we need to get rid of. Okay? You're not in power, you're in office. You are there to serve, not to rule. No one owes him anything. He hasn't earned the right to do anything. If he wants to be the candidate, he has to show that he's capable of being the candidate. That's the way it fucking works. Or the way it should work. I mean, the fucking rules are really weird and opaque and bullshit. But in theory, anyway, you have to show that you're capable of doing it. Especially if you're going to say, this is the most important election since 19-diggity-dip. Because, you know, we need to defeat Trump. Okay, give us the best candidate to fucking defeat Trump then. And if the best you can chew up is fucking Joe Biden, then... Maria, I fucking question his his ability to be president right now. Yeah, I don't think he can be president right now, or should be president right now. I think there are definite questions about whether to invoke the 25th Amendment or not. Again, I don't think they will, especially this close to an election. But I think there's a definite questions to be asked I'm getting triggered. I hold my tongue. Don't hold your tongue. Speak your speech, my man. Hello there, Sister Rose. Everyone go and follow Sister Rose. Immediately. Would Bernie be better? Not really. Oh, don't get me wrong. I think Bernie would have better politics. But whether he'd be a better candidate, almost certainly not. He's better at giving speeches, sure. He has better policies from my perspective, but not necessarily Middle America's. Someone with my politics doesn't get elected President of the United States. I think we've been through this before. But and ultimately they'll go socialism. He's a socialism's. He's like Joe Stalin, and that will be enough to scare some boomers into either not voting for him or voting for Trump. Also, they'll play the crafty, sneaky Jew boy bit. Although, they'll be a little quieter on that one, but, you know. They'll still do it. It'll just be the surrogates that do it, not Trump himself. Not only they won't invoke it, but he's not out of it enough that they can just stop it in its tracks. I guess. I don't know. Kev is an extremist. Well, sort of. Certainly by most people's standards. I don't think I am actually very extreme, but apparently even mild social democracy makes you an anti-Semite now, so by all accounts I'm basically Hitler. Maria, that's a very good question. It's a very good question.
Believe that he will reflect on this and he will do what is right for our country. He's dedicated his whole life to this nation. I cannot imagine that right now he's going to, at the very beautiful, this inflection point, not do what's right for our democracy and for our country. So okay. I'm scared because this is very clearly what I left last night. When I went to bed, all I could think was old man versus con man. Old man versus con man. You've got the convicted felon who just lied for an hour and a half, unchecked.
But by the way, Mo, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Joe Biden was also fact-checked last night, and a lot of the stuff that came out of his mouth was total nonsense too, including, by the way, we saw Joe Biden literally try to convince the world that his golf handicap is 6. I am a 16 handicapper at golf. I will hereby bet, I put this on X earlier, I'll bet $100,000 to a charity of Joe Biden's choice. Not only will I beat him off my 16 handicap, so 10 worse than him, apparently, then not only will I beat him, I don't want any shots off him. In fact, I'll give him a shot a hole, and I will still beat him.
I don't know about a shot a hole. That's quite a lot.
There is no way Joe Biden can even play golf these days, right? So that was another whopper he told. So when it comes to whoppers, most of what came out of Joe Biden's mouth was a load of old baloney.
Listen,
I don't think he's a
or as he would call it, malarkey.
Cenk just sniping in there. Just a little little fucking heckle. I think he's a cunt personally, you know.
Call it malarkey, but Piers, I have a lot of respect for you. I was with you 4 years ago or 3 and a half years.
Jesus Christ. I like this guy. He said he was gay. And now he's saying he likes Piers Morgan. You're not welcome at Pride then. Be gone.
Years ago on election night.
Yeah.
I respect your incredible talent. But listen, if anybody out there is worried about golf, right? When we have the Ukraine, or not the Ukraine, but Ukraine, we have the Gaza-Israeli situation. We're paying too much for eggs and a little bit more than we should for gas, and so on and so forth. These are the issues that people are worried about.
Yeah, but actually, I think, Mo, here's the thing, and I appreciate your comments, and I feel the same about you. I think you've been great whenever you come on. But
honestly, if people have got video of these two sucking each other off, send it my way. Honestly, I would tear my cock off, I'm sure.
Here's the point. It's not about golf. It's about Joe Biden lying about his golf handicap, about how good he is. And it's also about the fact that actually you can't imagine him play golf. Bryson DeChambeau...
I genuinely don't think either Trump or Biden are any good at golf. Not that it remotely matters, of course, because no cunt's electing their golfer. There isn't a fucking golfer in chief.
US Open champion of last week has tweeted he'll put on the match Biden-Trump at golf. Can you imagine them trying to play golf against each other? So the point is Joe Biden fit
Also, an amazing American name there, Bryson DeChambeau.
mentally and physically to do the job? I don't think anyone with half a brain can conclude after last night that he is. It's very sad. It's very sad, but actually very selfish if he continues to pretend he can.
You know what? You're right to kink shame me. I'm just saying, I like watching fat old men fuck. What? What?
Okay, so very quickly, I don't want to hog up any of your time, but one thing first. Please, I love you so much. Please be an equal opportunity criticizer, because I am. And I love Joe Biden.
No, you're not. No. I'm sorry, my boy. I'm sorry. No, you are not. You have literally come on here and ridden ridden Biden's wrinkly old shaft to within an inch of his life, which, to be fair, is his normal state because he's very close to being dead. But anyway, you have come on here and said, I love Biden, Biden's fucking awesome, and blah, blah, blah. He served this country. We owe Joe Biden everything. And then say, I'm an equal opportunities condemner or whatever, criticizer. Like, no, you aren't. No, you are so not. Don't piss in my face and tell me it's raining. Although, do piss in my face.
I've been very critical of Trump over the years, especially in the last 2 or 3 years. I think last night Trump definitely said loads of things that weren't true. As he does, he embellished, he exaggerated, all those things. But here's the thing, Mo. No one today is talking about Donald Trump. What they should have been talking about is Joe Biden, the president, holding Trump to account on a massive stage for all the lies he was telling. But he couldn't do it. So instead, everyone is talking about Biden's inability to hold him to account.
And that is why I'm sad and mad, Piers, because I'm upset because the president deserved the opportunity to do that. He clearly was not on his game last night. He clearly, it was abysmal at best.
Okay.
And so I'm not going to come on your show and try to spin out of that because it's not possible.
No. Well, listen,
it's
Mo,
defensible.
it's been good to have you on the
To be fair, that's how you know it really was atrocious. That all of them, even the biggest, like, Biden fucking DNC shill cunts, have just been like, well, it wasn't a great performance. Fucking hell. Like, how bad is it? Fucking Rachel Maddow barely covered it. Like, Grim. They are talking about Trump, caught on camera filling his diaper on stage.
The show. I appreciate you joining me again. Thank you very much. Let's go back to the panel. Cheng, let me.
Well, that's why. Well, Maria, it's because if it was just a bit bad, they'd spin it as okay. That's the point. I'm saying the dick riders will always try and give it the most positive bullshit spin they can. And the fact that even the most egregious DNC dick riders, the absolute shills of the shills, even they're coming out and saying it was bad, which means it must have been very, very bad. Now, it's not the apocalypse, it's July. There's a long time to go. People won't even remember this shit in 2 weeks, let alone 2 months, you know? But it doesn't bode well. It doesn't bode well at all. Because he's got a lot of campaigning and a lot of travel and a lot of long hours ahead of him. You know?
Let me ask you about this. I mean, look, I can see people trying. A lot of people in the Democrat Party like Biden. I've read Thomas Friedman saying he cried last night. The New York Times columnist.
You absolute freak. You freak. Who the fuck cries about this? Like, don't get me wrong. I've campaigned A, for men to cry more, but B, for people to be more openly and positively emotional. But I think if you're crying at a fucking debate in July, that doesn't show that you've got things in perspective. That doesn't show a good psychological balance on your part.
when he was watching it. You know, Frank Bruni was sort of tearing up. Everyone's tearing up. I don't really feel emotional, I'm afraid, and I find it very hard to feel sympathy.
Really disgusting. That sound, because that wasn't even like a throat gurgle. One more time. And again, I'd like to remind you, maggots that are out there, Biden's mic is off. These are the rules. The only mic that is on in this entire fucking place is the one that's pointed right at Trump. And this is the noise his body made right after that
They
answer.
took him away. Can't, because it's too much money. It's tremendous.
Oh. Jeez.
Oh, that didn't sound good. Not nice. Although, to be fair, it could have been a stomach grumble. It could just be hungry, but it did sound a bit squelchy. It did sound a little bit like he might have pooed a bit. He might just have strained out. And frankly, let's be entirely honest about it. It sounded liquid. That didn't sound like he's passing normal stool. That was... I hope he's wearing the extra absorbent diapers. You know what I mean? You don't want seepage. You don't want dribble. Even though you're behind the lectern, so people won't see it, but it doesn't feel good. Feels bad. Feels very bad, man.
Biden. I think it was very sad what we watched, but I also think we're now at the stage where this is actually willfully selfish and harming to the Democrat Party, isn't it?
It's democratic. Like, my dude, it's called the Democratic Party. A person in the Democratic Party can be a Democrat, but the Democrat Party doesn't exist, you dopey fucking gammon-faced fool. I know it's only a minor point, but he keeps fucking doing it. It's irritating. Ah, fuck's sake, why does he keep doing that?
Yeah, so I only have one point that I have sympathy for Joe Biden on. But
yeah, it's demon rat. True.
First of all, these guys, I mean, look at the people in power, whether it's media or Democratic leadership. They're all crying because, their beloved Joe Biden didn't look good. I mean, this guy just sent $20 billion to slaughter more Palestinian children. I cry for them. I don't cry for Joe Biden. Joe Biden is taking corporate donations his entire life. He used to be known as the senator from MBNA. This guy is a classic corporate corrupt Democrat. So I
Cheng 2024. I even did a little snorty. I did a little piggy noise.
I don't join any of this like, oh my God, he was such a good person. And think about this. This guy, and even if you disagree with me and you think, oh my God, no, I love establishment Democrats that sell us out to the donors. Oh, you're so radical for saying things that are obviously true. But think about this, even for those guys, he was willing to risk all of us, the Democratic voters, the Democratic Party, the entire country, just to satiate his ego. Oh, I want to be a two-term president. That's better for my legacy. So he's an egomaniac that I have no sympathy for, except one thing. Last night was elder abuse. And it was elder abuse by the entire...
Oh, Cenk! Oh, Cenk with the metal chair. Oh, no. Elder abuse. Oh. Oh. God almighty.
Democratic leadership, the DNC, and yes, sorry, but Jill Biden. If Jill Biden wants to run for president, she should do it. But, I mean, there's no way that a loving spouse lets that happen.
No, I agree.
And thinks,
Why would she need to run for president when she can just wheel out Joe and he'll do it? And then she gets to continue to be president.
Great, push him out there, we got this. You don't have it. This is absurd. But the one piece of good news out of all this, Piers, is it's over. We're going to get a new candidate, and hopefully we're going to kick Donald Trump's ass.
And Cenk, before we go to Hasan,
if you want to do that,
before we go to Hasan,
go to Cenk2024.com. We're back on the Vaush, baby. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Just quickly, who would your preference be for who that person should be that could actually be the nominee?
If he says himself, honestly, I think I might jizz.
Potentially beat Trump.
So the problem with the Democratic Party is that they never pick a populist in a populist time. They keep picking the most establishment candidates there are when the American people keep telling you
Come
they
on,
don't
Cenk.
want establishment
Cenk, say
candidates like Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden.
Cenk, please say, I want me, Cenk Uygur, to be president. Please. Please.
So they should pick a populist, but they won't. Of course, the top candidate is Bernie Sanders, and he would easily beat Donald Trump. Everybody actually knows that. They just don't.
It's not easy. It's Cenk, what the fuck are you talking about? I desperately wanted Bernard Hussein Sanderino to be president, right? But A, his moment's basically gone at this point. But secondly, even if they did make him candidate, I don't think it's easy that he would win. He's called himself a socialist, which means he's basically like persona non grata to a large swathe of America. Now, to be fair, most of those people will be voting Trump, but not all. And the fact that they'd be able to do the he's fucking commie, he said nice things about Cuba red baiting for fucking 3 months or whatever. 4 months, 5 months, however long's left, I can't even fucking remember anymore. Is ridiculous. Come on, my man. And of course, as pointed out by Maria, he's ancient as fuck. He still seems to have it together psychologically, that's fine. But I don't think you can say he'd easily win. That's just silly. That's silly. That'd be fucking foolish.
Let's be honest, the Democratic Party would rather have Donald Trump than Bernie Sanders. So, but if you say, no, Bernie Sanders is too old or we can't have it,
there are people in the Democratic Party who would rather lose than have Bernie Sanders. Honestly, there are. There are people as horrifically institutionalist and as horrifically Zionist than to literally prefer to lose to Donald Trump than have Bernie Sanders become president. Just as there are people who are more than happy to lose whatever race, I forget which fucking seat Bowman stands for, but whatever, they'd rather lose the seat to a Republican than have Bowman. They'd rather lose the seat than have, fuck's sake, Rashida Tlaib. They genuinely are. Rather than have a genuine progressive, they'd rather fucking lose. Because ultimately they don't really care all that much about making a positive change. They're institutionalists. They're about power for themselves. Now, that doesn't mean... I'm not shitting on all Democratic Party functionaries, and certainly not, obviously, all the voters. There are lots of very good people who will just vote Democrat all the way down the ticket. And that's fine. Go for it. Not saying that's a bad thing or anything like that. But there are people that would rather lose than have like a socialist. Whereas in the Republican Party, they welcome in their fucking crazies. Their horrific, conspiratorial, racist, fascist fucking garbage. Nick Fuentes gets to go and have fucking tea at Mar-a-Lago, and he's a Holocaust denier. Whereas anyone even slightly progressive gets just brushed off to the side. No, thank you. Ridiculous.
You can go to Ro Khanna. You can go to Jamie Raskin. Jamie Raskin is beloved by everyone in the Democratic Party. He's incredible.
Ooh, Hasan didn't like that. Jamie Raskin, let's roll that back a second. Hang on, one minute.
Jamie Raskin is beloved by...
Oh, there you go. Hasan did not like that response one bit.
Everyone in the Democratic Party. He's incredibly smart, incredibly principled. He would eviscerate Donald Trump in a debate. Let's pick someone who can win and actually represent the people.
Okay, before I come to Hasan, actually, let me just get Vinny's reaction to that. What one name?
I'm afraid I'm going to disagree with Cenk there.
Yeah, go on then. Okay, Hasan, you respond, yeah.
Okay. First of all, Big Gretch. That's it. That's the method.
Yeah, Whitmer 2024, bitches.
That's the movement, okay? Put Mama Gretch in office, okay? She's popular. She's in a pivotal state.
They didn't manage to assassinate her, which is good.
She would absolutely crush it. I don't like Gavin Newsom at all. I think he has a lot of weaknesses. I think he's horrible. He's done an abysmal job. refusing to fix the housing crisis in California that's obviously contributing to the homelessness crisis, so that, you know, guys like Vinny can complain about how much of a shithole California is, or whatever people talk about. Like, that would stick on a national level on Gavin Newsom. Don't turn the rest of the country into California would be the attitude. Another good guy, I think, another great guy, J.B. Pritzker, governor of Illinois. We need a big boy in office. We need a dynamo. We need a guy.
Okay. Yeah. Hang on, what? Biden. By the way, Kev, Hasan has a new emote now. What, the Biden thing? Okay. Shout out wouldn't go amiss. Hasan, if you're listening. Just saying.
Guy with a kind heart. You know, he could even. I'm not exactly a fan of him being a billionaire, but ultimately, you know, maybe.
Aren't all governors of Illinois just basically mafia, though? Aren't they all just fucking Rod Blagojevich?
Maybe we could have a real billionaire against Donald Trump's phony billionaire status. Who knows? Anyone would be better than Joe Biden at this point. Even Hillary Clinton.
Well, okay. Well, that's interesting. So, okay, that's interesting. So, I mean, for those who don't know, well, hang on, just hang on, Hasan. For those who don't,
hang on. How did I upload this? What? When did I do this, Rohack? And Hugo, Gremlo, and Little Bear. Oh, awesome. But when did I upload? Did I give you permission to upload this as me? Because it literally says BTTV, right? Uploaded by Kevin Logan 1875. What the fuck? I didn't do that. I fucking no idea. During the debate. No, I didn't. When did I didn't fucking do this. During the debate. No, I didn't. Fuck off. I haven't been onto fucking BTTV for a long time. But either way, I'm glad that they're using my emote that I definitely did. That I definitely uploaded. That's definitely... Again, a shout out from these lads would not go amiss. I'm just saying, if you're going to use my emote that I uploaded, okay? Fuck off, Rohack, I uploaded it, right? Then these people should all give me a shout out. I think it's only fair. They are using my emote of someone else's face. Don't listen to Rohack, absolutely fake news, spreading absolute bullshit about him uploading the fucking Biden when it's clearly me. Shut up.
I don't know who the Gretch is, by the way. It's the Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. But I want to come to Vinny. Hillary Clinton's name is being talked up here as potentially the unfinished business, that she comes sweeping back and she does what she failed to do in 2016.
Shut the fuck up, Piers. You're a gimp.
And she actually beats it. What are your thoughts about Hillary returning?
You know what, Piers? I think she's finished. Hillary Clinton has no chance. I think every single time she gets in front of a camera, it's hurting the Democratic Party. I think she's the worst. From her history with her and her husband, it's abysmal. Let's not even get into the Clinton Foundation and Epstein and her husband. That's a whole different can of worms. But I think it's funny how everybody on the left is so, this whole failed.
Are we going to get into Trump and Epstein? Maybe. That's all.
Presidencies because of Biden's age and his dementia, which he definitely has. Whoever's going to come in, it's the Democratic Party's policies. Plain and simple. I don't give a damn who you put in there. Gretch, Bernie Sanders, communism. You want
Bernie Sanders, communism. Can we bottle this guy and throw him into the sea? I think that would be good.
Socialism, you know, all that crap. It's not going to fix anything. That shit's going to keep going. Say what you want. Last night solidified it even more for the independents in the middle that are kind of on the fence. I would much rather vote for the convicted felon than this poor old moron that they wheel out there now on purpose like a sacrificial lamb with no drugs and everything to turn. You notice, Piers, every other debate, every CNN anchor, everybody that was moderating would cut Trump off. They would yell. They would stop. Notice how they sat there. Jay Tapper and Dana Bash, they were quiet. They let everything pull out. This was all on purpose. And I think that Hillary Clinton's...
What the fuck is... This guy's just... He's just an idiot. I genuinely don't know what else to say. He's just a gibbering idiot.
On the table, I think Gavin Newsom for sure. He was the only one there. You notice that? He had good gel in his hair. He was president.
The smiling woman is Jenna Ellis, who was one of the Stop the Steal lawyer freaks who literally pled guilty to election fraud.
Listen, I've said for 2 years that I think Newsom is the one that could put up the best fight, and I was persuaded when he went on Fox News into the heart of the enemy lair and sat there with Sean Hannity for an hour and acquitted himself very, very well. I mean, Jenna, to bring you in here, I mean, who Jenna, if you were a Democrat right now, who would you
a demon rat? Yes.
Think had the best chance of actually taking Trump on? You know, Trump.
FDR, and I don't mean FDR back when he was alive. I mean now. I mean the fetid bones. The rotted corpse of FDR would stand a better chance than Joe Biden.
Very well. You know his weaknesses, his strengths. Who of all the Democrats...
And would look less frail by comparison, of course.
Democrat names you've seen touted, would you fear most, potentially, as being the one that could win it for the Democrats?
Well, I actually agree with what Sink said, that we really need a pop...
Sink? Did she call him Sink?
Well, I actually agree with what Sink said, that...
She called him Sink! You're not washing your dishes in him, bitch. Sink! Fucking Sink, Hugo.
We really need a populist.
Is she white? I think she might be white.
On both sides that actually speaks to what the American people are concerned about. And if the Democrats can put up someone who isn't so far extreme leftist establishment...
extreme leftist establishment.
Then I think that they have a real chance of actually getting disaffected
who is that person?
Republicans as well. And I think that they should put up someone like an Andrew Yang. They should have gone with RFK.
Andrew Yang and RFK. Yeah, you're still a crazy bitch. Good.
Junior. I mean, he acquitted himself.
Literally brain worms. Fucking brain. They literally actually want brain worms. Okay.
Very well in the debate, and neither side, notice, wanted him on stage. I think he is going to rise in momentum after last night's debate, and anyone realistically that the Democrats put up now, if it's not someone as far left as a Gretchen Whitmer, for example, has a...
Gretchen Whitmer is far left to these people. It's Jova. It's Jova. Regardless of who wins this election, it's Jova. These people are fucking such moronic scum. The American Empire is finished. It's done. Bye-bye. Just you might as well let just the Chinese tanks just roll down Pennsylvania Avenue, because they're gonna take over. It's done. It's finished. Come to terms with it. It's what Britain didn't do. Britain has, rather than riding the wave of the money we stole when we were empire power, we've pissed out the wall pretending we're still, like, you know, important and shit over the last 100 years. America now has the opportunity to realise it's fucked and to act accordingly, and you can still carry on for like another 200 years on that shit. You'll be fine. But you have to stop pretending that you can spend 700 gazillion pounds a year on the military and just racking up ridiculous debts that you can never afford, that the Chinese are just going to like pull the rug out of your economy on the second they get the chance. Like, you know, come on. I'm the one that's called a doomer. Well, we're all doomers deep down. I think we all know it's over, right?
Real shot at winning. But what I think the American people need to do is take a hard look at the U.S. Constitution. We have a minimum. Because look at what she did during the COVID lockdowns.
Can you give me like
look
one
at how
policy?
she has. So look at what she did during the COVID lockdowns.
Okay.
Look at her position on extreme on abortion. Look at how she has run her state as basically taking legislative power into the executive. So she look at her position on queer theory.
On abortion
so
that you
she
find
is
so
for
extreme?
abortion. So her position on abortion that is so extreme is that she wants no limits at all, no restrictions. And most of the country is not for that. Even
so
the Democrats themselves know that there needs to be some restrictions, at least in third term. No, that is absolutely true. And I mean, feel free to fact check me on that if she's changed her position. But
no restrictions
all
on
of the
the
Democrat
third
extreme
trimester
leftists,
is a falsehood. That's not a real thing. Every conversation that we have with Republicans unfortunately revolves around
hang on.
hallucinations of Republicans.
My former home state of Colorado allows abortion until the day of birth. That is the law in 7 states right now, including California, where Gavin Newsom is.
Well, it's not that extreme then if 7 states already have it, surely. Do those states instantly disappear in a puff of smoke? And that's assuming she's even correct, which I dare say she's not.
The governor.
There is
so
no
there
state,
are people
there is no
that can
state
go in, yes,
in the country where you can have a third trimester abortion without a
Colorado,
doctor
California,
giving
there
you
are
a medical
states.
exemption. No, you still have to
No,
get
look at
a
the law.
psychiatric
Look at the law, and it
evaluation
doesn't matter whether
and a healthcare evaluation.
No, but it's still
Do you
allowed.
think
That's the
women
point.
are
But that's not no restrictions, dickhead. That's not no restrictions. If you need medical assessment and them signing off on it, that's not no restriction. That's a restriction that's been placed on it. So you're wrong. You too, Kev. Give me one policy. Of what? What am I giving you a policy of? Of Gretchen Whitmer? She thinks that everyone should get free chocolate on the 3rd Thursday of every month. It's communist madness.
Going
point
around.
is that it is still
okay,
allowed.
you're a woman. Have you ever been pregnant? I have a question for you. Have you? Or I don't know. Have you? Okay, so you know
my
how
medical history
tumultuous
is
of a
not
process
relevant
that is.
here, but
It's
I am
actually.
Yeah, that was a bit unnecessary, Hasan.
And so, I mean, have you ever been pregnant?
Because the
how
point
are
I'm
you?
making
How
is,
are you?
it is a,
how are you
it is
speaking to
obviously,
abortion?
it is
That's
obviously
completely irrelevant. The point
I've never
here
been pregnant,
is that
but it seems like I understand it as good as you do. What's happening here?
No, you actually don't
no
understand
woman is
it
carrying a
because
pregnancy
of the law
for
in
9
7
months,
states.
so they can have a regular.
Whether Hasan is pregnant.
No
I mean,
woman
I
is
may
carrying
need to
pregnancy
just.
for 9
All right,
months.
let's.
Actually
So
about,
they can have
Gretchen
a
Whitmer,
Guys, you're talking
let
over
me
each other.
finish
Let me.
what Piers asked.
I just
That's your entire show is people talking over each other.
Some breaking news. I have some breaking news for everyone. The Biden campaign spokesperson Seth Schuster says that Biden will not be exiting the race. There's no basis for that.
Okay, I don't care. I'm moving on. Because I want to get to some of this. And we've already been going a while. Pardon me. So, America's over. We know that. So on the Breaking Point show with Ryan Grimm, they had Vaush versus this guy called Dave Smith, who's like a libertarian fucking freak, talking about like Ukraine and stuff, and he's like we should just let Russia take over. He's one of those guys. So he's a libertarian that sort of has some tankoid. He's libertarian with tanky characteristics, if that makes any fucking sense at all. Anyway, and Vaush, and can I just say, I don't like skinny Vaush that much. And that's not a political judgment, I'm just saying aesthetically. I preferred fat Vaush. I prefer what was it? Short stack fat goblin Vaush. That's the Vaush I like. Just saying. Anyway, they talk about Ukraine and NATO and nuclear war. And I'm sure it's going to be cancerous. Let's go.
Ukraine is losing this war. They're not going to drive Russia out of Crimea. They're not going to drive Russia out of many of the territories that they've taken right now. We should be working toward a deal, a peaceful solution, which has been on the table several times throughout this war, and it's been the West who has been trying to squash it.
Ukraine hasn't been losing. Both countries have been stalling. I don't want this conflict to end in a way that's going to guarantee the conflict reemerges in 2 years. If the line just freezes where it is right now, are we not guaranteeing another conflict in a few years?
The United States of America holds all of the chips. We could offer Vladimir Putin something that would probably get him to do whatever we wanted him to do. And
Can Americans please stop this? Can Americans please stop thinking that America is the only thing that matters in the entire fucking world? Vladimir Putin is acting out of a set of internal political stresses, none of which have to do with America being very, very, very powerful. It's like saying during the Cold War, America's so powerful it can just get the Soviet Union to do whatever it likes. No, it can't. No, it fucking can't. He's acting for his own self-preservation, first and foremost, and to a degree for his own legacy. He wants to be the guy that set Russia back on the path to greatness and all of that fucking shit. Right? America doesn't have anything it can offer him outside of capitulation, which even then it can't really do because Ukraine won't just stop fighting. But what they could do is cut off, obviously, the supply of weapons and money, and, you know, Ukraine would crumble. But even so, that's the only way America could actually intervene in this war in a way that would get Vladimir Putin to stop fighting, is to just allow Ukraine to crumble and for him to just take over. And then the war would stop. The slaughter wouldn't stop. The murder wouldn't stop. The war would stop, though. But, you know, America can just do magic tricks and make foreign countries just dance to their whim. You know, not all countries are pathetically cucked like Britain, and that America can't just snap its fingers and expect everyone to just dance to their tune. You're not the fucking Pied Piper, you cunts.
You know what that is? The ultimate crowning jewel for him. How about we leave NATO?
Although, interestingly, did you know the American army actually burned Hamlin down? Supposedly in the natural course of war. During the Second World War, apparently there was some German resistance around. Hamlin's not a very big place, actually. I don't know if it was at the time of the Pied Piper related incident. But, yeah, and they burnt it down. Basically doesn't exist anymore. I don't know if they rebuilt part of it or whatever, but it's, yeah, fucked up.
Yeah.
All right, welcome to Counterpoint. Today we're going to be talking about the Ukraine-Russia war. Emily, who are we going to have?
Yeah, well, we have two
twats from the internet
guests joining us. We're joined by YouTuber, live streamer Vaush, and we are joined by comedian, podcast host Dave Smith. Vaush, Dave, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks for having us.
Well, Ukraine is a timely subject to debate right now. Obviously, we're 2+ years into the war, but there have been recent escalations, and that makes it important, I think, to sort of go through some of those recent developments. For example, the U.S.
What the fuck is this timeline? Kanye West is in Russia for a surprise gig in Moscow. That's not the end of the world, and a meeting with Putin. Holocaust-denying freak bag meets, I mean, presumably Holocaust-denying freak bag. I don't know. It's like the Nightmare Blunt Rotation from Hell Part 2 Electric Boogaloo. And a birthday party. Hang on, whose birthday is it? Is it Vladimir Putin's birthday party and he's there to play? Or is it Kanye's birthday party? He was arriving in Moscow today. The footage appears to show the artist in Moscow subway, with one outlet claiming that he's in the country to mark the birthday of Russian designer Gotcha Rubchinsky, and not for a concert. Oh, okay. So why does it say for a fucking surprise concert then? A statement at the time read, Yeezy welcomes Gosha Rubchinsky as its new head of design today. The arrival of the legendary Russian designer at Yeezy, the preeminent global brand in music and fashion, is a milestone in design history. No, it isn't. No, it absolutely is not. Also, whilst you're there, ask him about his funding of neo-Nazis who would literally have you murdered, Kanye. You should ask him about that. Just a thought.
recently greenlit, as many people know, strikes with U.S. weapons inside of Russia. There was the strike that Russia is blaming the U.S. for in Crimea just over the last couple of days. So I think probably a good way to begin is to give you both kind of an opening statement.
What, wouldn't he get sanctioned? I have no idea. I genuinely don't know.
Here. And I'll start with you, Vaush. Should the U.S. continue funding?
I mean, I hope he does get sanctioned, but I don't know if he will or not.
War, and then we'll go to Dave on the same question. But go ahead first, Vaush.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the idea on a systemic level of rewarding Russia for invading a neighbor. I just think, generally speaking, that's bad for global relations, very destabilizing. I think it's important that we support any system that prevents that from happening, and not exactly a novel position. With regards to the recent development and strikes inside Russian territory, I actually think that this is, in the long run, going to be a good move for peace, just because the previous U.S. doctrine, which seemed to be provide just enough weapons to stall the war, but not like decisively conclude it. I think that was actually like the worst possible decision. You know, if
that was they really ought to have flooded the fucking place. Not flooded the place, but flooded the armed forces of Ukraine with all of the weapons it needed to really actually push them back. Just maintaining a fucking some trench warfare, which just means that Ukraine is, like, every day that happens, more and more bombing take place in Ukraine, which just means Ukraine's getting broken down by years of war now. In a country that wasn't in great position anyway, after the Cold War and the lack of investment and the fucking neoliberal shock therapy, Ukraine's fundamentals in terms of its infrastructure and economy was not in a great place at the start of the war, which is precisely why they wanted to join the EU and blah blah blah, right? Whereas now it's fucking destroyed. It's obliterated. There are entire cities that basically, functionally speaking, don't exist anymore. They've been flattened. All of the buildings are not inhabitable. So, functionally speaking, it isn't a fucking city anymore. It's some ruins. What you have created there is ruin. And is the West going to help actually fucking fund the rebuilding of this? Nope. I guarantee it. I fucking guarantee it. This is the problem with NATO. As much as they were the stopped clock that was right twice a day in this particular instance, they're not going to be there to rebuild. Once Ukraine has served its purpose, like the used condom, it will just be thrown in the trash. They're not going to fucking rebuild this shit. Why would they bother? What's to gain from their perspective? It's a great business opportunity. Well, it's a great business opportunity for like fucking vultures who want to go in there and pick it apart. But in terms of rebuilding it, who's going to pay for that rebuilding? The West isn't going to fucking pay for it. Like, the reason that infrastructure was built in places like Iraq and Afghanistan after the war was because the West was doing that. The West wanted to build it up so that eventually they could fucking leave. Whereas the West isn't in those other places. Isn't in Ukraine. The West isn't on the ground there. So it doesn't have to pull its troops out. So all it'll be is just fucking vulture capitalists stripping out what little they haven't already stripped out. Basically, it won't be a Marshall Plan. Exactly. Well, basically, it would need to be a Marshall Plan style endeavour. Obviously not on the same scale because it's one country as opposed to an entire fucking continent. But they're basically the same processes that happened in Ukraine as happened during the Second World War. It's been obliterated by war back and forth across its fucking land for the last 2 years. So you would need huge amounts of investment to just get it back to the level it was at, let alone try and actually build itself up to the point that it can join the European Union. Because people forget this, right? Someone clearly doesn't understand what the Marshall Plan did. What the fuck does that mean? You think I don't understand what the Marshall Plan did? You know, I literally have a degree in 20th century European history and politics, right? That's a thing I've actually studied in quite a lot of detail. I do understand what happened there. I'm saying that won't happen. That there isn't going to be an investment of that kind in Ukraine. Because NATO don't give a fuck about Ukraine. At all. They care about defeating Russia. They care about destroying any chance of Russian resurgence. That's the thing they want to do. They don't give a fuck about Ukraine or the Ukrainian people. And anyway, so the point was, in order to join the EU, you have to reach certain benchmarks. You have to be able to show that you're economically stable enough that the EU won't have to like keep fucking bailing you out. And Ukraine is way further away from being able to do that now than it was 2 years ago. It's nowhere near being able to join the European Union. So it's distanced itself from Russia to try and join the Western Bloc, and in doing so may have destroyed itself for generations. Because the West has basically used it as an opportunity to weaken Russia. It's a fucking abomination what's taking place there. Again, I'm not a person who would just, let the fucking Russians in, obviously. I think we should have funded it properly. We should have funded it properly, given them the fucking... not destroyed itself. The West has allowed it to be destroyed. I'm not saying it destroyed itself. I'm saying in its action to try and distance itself from Russia, the West should have actually brought it into the fold. Instead, what the West did, through NATO, is allow Ukraine to be systematically broken down so as to weaken Russia. Ukraine did nothing wrong. Ukraine tried to use its own fucking... its own sovereignty. Its own sovereignty and independence to choose its own path forward. It elected a prime minister. It elected its own prime minister that wanted to join the Western Bloc. He got a majority. He tried to do that. The chips fell where they did. The West has fucked Ukraine. Really, absolutely fucked Ukraine. And they're going to continue to fuck it even worse, unfortunately. I don't know what happens after all of this. I don't think Russia takes over. Or at least not in the way they wanted to. They might be able to weaken Ukraine to the point where they annex it via proxy. In other words, they do a sort of Belarus. What they've done with Belarus, where they've essentially taken over through diplomatic means, through essentially getting into the organs of state and controlling it as a sort of proxy country. I mean, Belarus has literally changed its constitution to allow Russian nuclear weapons on its soil. They're essentially a non-annexed part of Russia at this point. And that may be the ultimate outcome for Ukraine. Which would be fucking appalling. But there you go. What about saying it like the West cynically didn't protect Ukraine from the risk of Russia being aggressive? Yeah, I mean, I guess that's basically a fair description of the events, yeah. You're the one doomering. Maria, I try not to doomer. I don't know, that sounds bad because I am pretty negative. But, like, I try not to doomer too hard. But it's difficult to look at this situation and see a beautiful country which showed such passion and verve in trying to defend itself get systematically torn to fucking pieces and not feel doomer about that. Like, Maria, I genuinely, tell me your best case scenario here. I mean this genuinely. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm not trying to be horrible. Give me hope. Tell me a realistic, hopeful outcome to this scenario. I'd love to hear it, because I don't see a good way out of this. Or at least not a good, realistic way out of this. Obviously, it'd be fantastic if the Ukrainians could push them back and, fuck it, drive in and liberate Moscow and, install a democratic government in Russia. That'd be awesome, but it's not going to happen. Have you seen the Russo-Fascist Geopolitics books by Dugin? There's apparently influential in Russian geopolitical thinking. I haven't read them myself, but I'm aware of them, yes. Also, can we get some lols in chat for Dugina being exploded? Because that is still funny.
Russia did an sort of like early conquest, or if Ukraine decisively held its territory, those both end the war relatively quickly. But just interminably stalling it right at the river, I don't think that would have been good in the long run. Hopefully, these increased attacks inside Russian territory, mostly, of course, the refineries that they're using to sort of gin up their war economy. Hopefully, that serves as an effective long-term deterrent. I don't want this conflict to continue. I don't want civilians to die. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we'll have to see how things play out.
Dave, go ahead.
Well, of course, we should stop funding this. We never should have been funding this war to begin with. I think that in the original Cold War, which I still regard as one of the worst U.S. policies in modern American history, that did so much to ruin our country, and not to mention, like things like the Vietnam War and the millions of people who died in it. But at least in the original Cold War, I think there was always a healthy respect for the risks involved. And that all of us all sane people should recognize that the greatest priority in human history is that the United States of America and Russia do not go to war. And this was something that people in the old Cold War were very respectful of and aware of. The
fuck are you talking about? They're not... What?
Difference in this new Cold War environment is that no one in the upper echelons of power in America seems to have any respect for this threat.
I don't even know if he's part of the left. He's like a libertarian guy. But he's certainly on the dumb something. I don't know. Like I said, he's like a libertarian with tanky characteristics. It's very odd. Oh, okay, cool. Well, say hello to Helena back when you pop back, Madcow.
And any respect for, you could think to yourself, well, maybe this will work out in a positive way, that the U.S. is green-lighting attacks inside of Russia. Or perhaps...
What do you mean green-lighting attacks? It doesn't get to fucking choose that shit. Look, it's a fucking war. It's chaotic and stuff. Can Americans stop being... Can Americans stop being American exceptionalists and, crawl out of their own ass for just a second? For just a fucking little scintilla of a moment. Not everything that happens is because America either says it can happen or says it can't happen, or funds it or defunds it. Sometimes some shit just fucking happens.
It could be an absolute disaster, and we're playing with, when I say we're playing with fire, it's an understatement. We're flirting with potentially the most disastrous thing that could happen to the human species. If America...
Piers Morgan, Prime Minister. That's the worst thing that could happen.
Is to have any role in this conflict, it should be working toward a peaceful negotiation. And in fact, the American role and the Western role has been to kill...
Karen Hall, can I just ask, are you named after the house that Hermann Goering lived in? Because that was also called Karen Hall. I think it was spelled slightly differently. Karen Hall was the country residence of Hermann Goering, built in the 1930s. In the Schönheide forest, north of East Berlin. Are you naming yourself after the famous residences of Nazis? Do you have a Berghof account? I don't know. Weird Nazi posting.
Peaceful negotiations from the beginning of this war, and
actually, interestingly, that hall was named, at least in part, after his ex-wife. Not ex-wife, his dead wife. But he and his following wife lived in it. Very strange. He blew it up before he left. Mad.
Long the fighting. I think that as John...
Can we get some lols in chat for Hermann Goering being dead?
Mearsheimer said back in 2014, the West is leading Ukraine down the primrose path.
Fucking Mearsheimer can go fuck himself.
Has turned out to be the most accurate prediction on this entire conflict. And essentially, I think since the fall of the Soviet Union, American foreign policy, and just keep in mind, American foreign policy in the Clinton administration and in the W. Bush administration and Obama's administration, these are the same people who are in charge of the Middle East. And in fact, the neoconservatives were very focused on NATO expansion back in the 90s. You can go read the Project for a New American Century documents. And the same people who totally blundered foreign policy in the Middle East have totally blundered foreign policy in...
He's still doing the Project for a New American Century. Like, can you stop being like 2003 pilled, please? Like, Dick Cheney is not fucking running the show. It's a new political paradigm. Stop being like old and weird.
In Europe, provoking Vladimir Putin and the Russians at every turn, leading to this awful place that we're in. That is certainly, if you care about the Ukrainians at all, has been more of a disaster for the Ukrainian people than anyone else.
And Dave, Vaush made a point that I think you hear a lot from defenders of U.S. support for the Ukrainian war, and that is, you can't allow other countries, you can't reward other countries for invading other countries. You just can't do that. We can't have that. What's the response to that? We can't have that argument.
Well, I mean, first I would just point out how absurd it is that after the last 20 years of terror wars, somehow the United States of America still gets to put itself in the position of global peacemaker, as if our major concern is that bigger nations can bully smaller nations.
That is a fair point in general, and I agree with him, and that's why NATO and America, with their foreign policy, are like horrifically hypocritical. You don't on the one hand get to say countries invading other places and killing their people is bad, Vladimir Putin. Oh, what's that, Israel? You want to literally flatten the West Bank? Here, have some bombs. It's ridiculous. You leave yourself without a moral leg to stand on, as well as just doing evil shit as well. So you shouldn't do the evil shit. You can't say on the one hand, the human rights record of this government is really bad. What's that? Saudi Arabia? You want to buy some guns and bombs and planes from us? Why, of course. Yum, 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 yum. I do like some oil. Yum, 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 yum. Come on now. Does this guy realise how powerful the United States military is? I don't know if he does. Maybe. I'm not sure.
I mean, over the last 20 years, there's been no greater purveyor of violence than the United States of America, who has imposed its will on tiny, helpless nations across the world.
The problem is, of course, and I don't know about this guy necessarily as well, but like, I think it applies to him as well, is that people who make this point aren't even really against American imperialism often. They're just saying it because their particular take on this is Russia should just be able to do what it likes. So they're doing a kind of gish gallop where they'll just throw all of the vaguely plausible arguments at the wall and see if any of them stick. But they don't actually believe
it. As far as that, yeah, it's not good that Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. And yes, certainly that's something we don't want to see. My argument would be that America and the West more broadly had many opportunities, many off-ramps to put this fire out, or at least...
Oh, did you see, by the way, Led by Donkeys? It was definitely on my friend's timeline. Again, if you want to go and watch see my friend and their timeline of things they're going to post. It's not me though, obviously. It says not KF Logan 1875, so it's not me. It's my friend. There they are. Anyway, did you see Led by Donkeys? I know it's lib shit, but it is at least funny. They did this to Nigel Farage. He was giving a speech, as you do, and yeah, they'd prepared a little present for him.
The poison that is being taught to our children. They are being told that the stories of Columbine don't matter. All they're being told are the bad things that we did in our history. And I'm standing up and saying, enough. We should be proud of who we are, where we come from.
It's like slightly pointless lib shit in a way, because it's not going to make any difference. Like, no one's going to change their vote on that basis. But it is still funny, because he is also a Putin dick rider. So, like, yeah, I'm okay with that. I don't mind. They're alright.
Calm it down, and at every single turn poured more gasoline on this fire that ultimately resulted in the invasion in 2022.
Yeah, so Vaush, how can the U.S. say with a straight face that it's not okay for other countries to invade smaller countries?
Well, I think it's kind of a cowardly non-argument, because I'm not arguing in favor of the moral superiority of the United States. That'd be a ridiculous position for me to take. It's not football. We're not taking sides like, you know, waving banners. There are two levels to this when it comes to aid.
You kind of, I mean, in a way you kind of are, though, Vaush, because you've done the whole anarcho-Bidenist thing, and the funny little frog people, the NAFO, whoa, the funny little frog. Like, you've definitely made it kind of a bit team sporty. A little bit. You know, I think that's only fair to point out. I agree with this general point here. You can't argue the moral supremacy of the United States, but that doesn't actually matter, because it's not just the United States, is it? Anyway.
Agency. We're concerned about the broader socioeconomic and geopolitical context that led to where we are now, and that goes back to the Cold War and even earlier. You know,
is Vaush rich? He's not badly off, as far as I'm aware. I'm not his accountant, so I can't give you exact numbers. And even if I were, there's a confidentiality to the whole client privilege thing, you know. But I think he's relatively well off, yeah.
If we listen to Putin's justifications for the invasion, it goes back to the borders of the Russian Empire, you know. And then there's like the immediate decision making. We mustn't remove agency from the equation. Russia invaded, by Putin's own words, in a sort of territorial land grab. The idea that it was entirely because of a response to Western aggression or NATO posturing is ridiculous and ahistorical. But that doesn't mean the West isn't responsible for helping to create the situation we're in now. We have to balance these two justifications. Our arrogance after the end of the Cold War, the fact that rather than...
Am I rich? Fuck no. No. I'm not rich, no. In fact, I'm actually pretty fucking hard up at the minute. Which you can alleviate, dear viewers, with bits and subs, and super chats, and bits messages, and fucking gigantifying emotes, if that's a thing you're into. But no, I am not rich. Nor by upbringing or by actual current lived conditions. I'm not homeless, and that's nice, but I'm a lot closer to homeless than rich. Fucking tell you that.
Reaching out to Russia as a potential future ally, we ostracized, you know, with the shock therapy, the sort of economic devastation of Eastern Europe and the former Soviet states. These contributed to an environment.
You know what I'm rich in, though? I'm rich in Knuckles plushies, by which I mean I have one of them. Fuck yeah. Does this make me bourgeois? I think it does. It makes me a bourgeois furry, doesn't it? 100%.
In which future conflict was inevitable. It was reprehensible on the part of the Western governments to participate in this. Look today at the divide between former West and Eastern Germany. I mean, the reason that East Germany is voting so heavily for the AfD is in large part because they see it as a rejection of the doctrine of the West that left them behind after reunification. These should all be taken into account. And we must acknowledge that Putin is a fascist who did a territorial land grab. Those two facts don't contradict each other. They work together to create a complete narrative. With regards to the invasion now, I agree we have to take...
He is rather good, isn't he, Vaush? He's good at, like, putting the narrative together in an effective and erudite fashion.
the threat from Russia seriously. And by that, I mean, we don't want this to scale out infinitely. We don't want this to turn into a global war. That's something we have to take seriously. At the same time, we have to acknowledge Russia does too. And their constant threats of nuclear war, the fact that they started this invasion, the fact that they have been posturing and acting aggressive towards Finland, towards the Baltic states, even like ramping up aggression towards the rest of Western Europe.
Yeah, exactly. They sent a fucking ship on purpose through the Irish Sea just to fuck around. What are you doing? What are you doing? Doesn't matter which side of the Irish Sea you send it, because you're either going to neutral Irish waters or very hostile British waters. Like, chill the fuck out.
We must consider again their agents.
We were well within our rights to have fucking fired on that ship. We didn't, thankfully. We just went, don't react to them. It's the annoying cunt. If you react, you give him what he wants. So just ignore him. But we were well within our rights to have fucking sunk that cunt.
Now, I think that in the long run, there is a very deleterious consequence to creating an incentive structure where Putin gets to boost his national rep, his prestige, with a successful land grab in Ukraine. I think it would have been...
Thank you for gigantifying an emote, Crastronomy. It's an appropriate emote.
Disastrous if he could have just marched west and taken the territory, because it would have reaffirmed and rewarded all the worst possible behaviors from him. That doesn't mean I think that we should sort of do a victory lap around Russia. You know, Cold War II, let's win, let's trounce them in Ukraine.
Cold War II, electric boogaloo.
I do think that we're in a tough situation because we can't just like magically make Russia, I guess, a democracy or a country less incentivized to invade its neighbors or reclaim historical territory. It's a difficult question, which is why I don't like simple answers.
So, Dave, actually, here's an interesting point that Vaush just raised about the beginning of the war. And, you know, if we may all agree, correct me if I'm wrong, that we all think it would have been bad if Putin had indeed marched into Kiev and took all of Ukraine, etc. But that leads us to the question, Dave, of how much U.S. involvement.
Dave didn't. I mean, I'll wait and see if he does agree with that, but he didn't exactly nod there.
If any, was just. If we agreed that it was good for the U.S. to perhaps prevent the Russian capture of Kiev, etc., at what point did it become too much? At what point is the support no longer just or moral? How do you respond to that, Dave?
I think that the point that you could start at a lot of different points. I think the first round of NATO expansion was unjust and was unnecessarily provocative of the Russians.
Unjust. Unjust is a very interesting phrase. You can argue unnecessary if you want to, but unjust. Again, I'm a person who opposes NATO. I don't want NATO to exist. I think it's an arm of American imperialism. I don't think it serves a good or positive purpose in the world. That being said, it exists. I understand it exists, and I understand why nations want to join it. They are free to do so. Russia doesn't get to dictate to Poland or Czechoslovakia, or Czechia and Slovakia, or the former Yugoslav nations, or whoever, that they can't join NATO. It's not unjust to allow independent nations. Sounds a bit jam man, Kevin. Thank you very much. He was a Czechoslovak spy, lest we forget. Literally a thing they claimed. Anyway, those people using their own, or those governments, I should say, using their sovereignty to join NATO is actually fine. That's perfectly just. They are allowed to do that. Russia doesn't get to dictate to Ukraine or the Baltic states or Georgia or whoever that they can't. You saying unjust tells me who you are. You're a prick. Gotta hit the hay, folks. Nike. Good night, seamstress. Thanks for stopping by. Much love to ye. Not to ye as in Yeezy. You. To you. I should have just said you.
Russians. Let me just... I'm not exactly sure what Vaush is referring to as like a cowardly non-argument. I simply was directly responding to Ryan's point. If you have a serial killer who's killed far more people than another serial killer, and they claim that they're trying to stop a serial killer because they're so against killing, it's reasonable to point out that no, this is in fact not what's motivating U.S. foreign policy, that no, the butcherers of Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria and Somalia and Libya and
The butcherers? Do you just mean butchers? You don't need to put an on the end of that.
Men are not actually motivated by some sense of we can't let big guys pick on little guys. Let's have an honest conversation about what's really motivating this policy. And it has been, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, to increase the power of the American empire. And Russia has always been seen as a force that's outside of the American empire. That's what's been motivating American foreign policy. This is what we're living through here, is largely the neoconservative doctrine. It was the worst thing that ever happened in the history of our country, is that after we became probably the first ever true global superpower, about 10 years later, the neoconservatives got control of our foreign policy.
Did he say the first ever?
Of our country is that after we became probably the first ever true global superpower.
You're an idiot. You're a fucking idiot. Spain was a global superpower. Britain has been a global superpower. France has been a global superpower. The USSR literally covered a sixth of the Earth's fucking landmass by itself. It also then dominated Central and Eastern Europe by itself. It helped establish communist satellite states in fucking in China, in North Korea, although that was mostly China, but there's a kind of proxy element there. Mongolia, all of these places. How the fuck is that not a superpower? You're a moron. You don't understand anything. Just shut the fuck up.
About 10 years later, the neoconservatives got control of our foreign policy. And this was their plan from the very beginning. So, no, I don't think America should have been involved in Ukraine at all. And I certainly don't think that that anything we've done has done anything except make this situation much worse and much, much more dangerous, because now you are experiencing a proxy war with the two biggest nuclear superpowers. I don't think saying any of that is reducing things down to simplistic worldview. And of course, Vaush, you kind of snuck a straw man in there. I wouldn't say that this conflict is entirely because of NATO expansion, but to pretend like that's not a major driving factor in this.
What's that? That's an Americanism if I've ever heard one. In my mind, I only ever associate butcherer with the massacres of unjustified violence, whereas butcher is that there's someone who butchers meat. Yeah, but that's the point. That's why people refer to a butcher of people as a butcher, because you're essentially saying you're treating people like they're cattle. You're slaughtering them like they're not human, i.e. you're a fucking monster, you know? Anyway, it doesn't matter. How long before he just calls him Vag? That would be funny. Or Vag, maybe.
This conflict is to not be dealing with reality. And this has been admitted by all of the top people on both sides. And this was why so many people within the national security apparatus in the 90s opposed the first round of NATO expansion, explicitly because this will provoke a reaction from the Russians. Through the years, the Russians have been...
So the Russians get to decide, the Russians just get to decide who can do what. Like, how much of a bitch are you that you get to just sacrifice Eastern and Central Europe to the whims of Russia for another century? Because, oh no, allowing them to do what they want, oh, that would provoke Russia. Fuck. Again, NATO can go fuck itself, but also people are allowed to join NATO. That's a thing that's allowed to happen. I understand why they would want to. Maybe if Russia wasn't such a fucking terrible neighbour, their neighbours would stop wanting to join the forces that are basically fuck Russia. Perhaps. Like, if all of Russia's neighbours are hostile, the common denominator in that is Russia and its aggression to all of its fucking neighbours. What can I say?
So clear that Ukraine was their red line, thanks to the greatest journalist of the 21st century, the hero Julian Assange, who is thankfully now a free man.
The greatest journalist of the 21st century. Literally end me. Fucking Christ almighty. This guy's an idiot. He's literally an idiot. Okay.
And we know that the current head of the CIA, Burns, told Condoleezza Rice this explicitly, that this was a red line, and not a red line in the way that America makes up red lines. Like Obama will say, if Assad uses a certain type of weapon on his people, that's a red line for us. It's all just ridiculous.
That wasn't Obama, that was actually Biden, but okay.
This is a red line.
Biden as vice president, it has to be said, but yeah, that he said that. And then the White House were like, oh, fuck, now we have to enforce that red line. Fuck.
True sense, in the sense that Jack Kennedy said, putting nuclear missiles in Cuba is a red line for us. We will blow up the world if you try to do that. Vladimir Putin, and as Burns pointed out, not just Vladimir Putin, the entire Russian establishment has been unanimous on this, that they will not tolerate Ukrainian entry to NATO. And look, it's not justified or reasonable for Vladimir Putin to have launched this war, but on the scale of
But there's a but bigger than fucking Cardi B in that sentence, isn't there? Holy shit. I'm not saying he was justified, but he was justified. You're a bitch, mate. You're a Vladimir Putin bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Political demands. The demand that Ukraine cannot be a part of the American empire's military alliance was a fairly reasonable one, and we could...
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Ukraine is an independent, sovereign nation. It, and it alone, has the moral right, and indeed the legal international law right, to decide its geopolitical future. Not Russia. You are an imperialist. You are a Putin bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Could have avoided this whole war by just committing to that.
I have a quick follow-up on that, Dave. So
sure,
all things, we're dealing in the reality that we did push for the NATO expansion in 2014 and all of that considered. Is your position that there should have been basically zero aid, military, whatever else, government aid to Ukraine after the invasion a couple of years back? Basically just none.
Absolutely. If there was any role for the Americans to play, it would have been trying to negotiate an end to the war. Unfortunately, if you're putting me in the hypothetical of you can't change anything before this, but you're already here, we had probably blown all of that goodwill, and there were better parties who would have been more suited for that. For example, going back to even the Bucharest summit in 2008, into the beginning of the Maidan Revolution, Germany was much more hesitant to get involved, to go down this path. There were other European countries who were kind of like, hey, let's not provoke the Russians. It's part of the reason why Ukraine didn't get a full map invitation in 2008 is the objection of the Germans. So probably someone else would have been better at it. Yes, essentially what I'm saying is that the greatest purveyor of violence in the world, the most war-hungry country in the world, the United States of America, shouldn't have been the ones at the table at all. And there might have been some goodwill from other parties who had more of an interest to avoid this catastrophe.
And if I may, there are elements of this that I guess don't make sense to me. First of all, the claim that America's decision...
Oh no! He's taken on the small bottle of water. Who allowed non-based people to have the tiny water bottles? Vladimir Kizlytsa, the fucking Ukrainian honcho at the fucking UN, is the only one based enough to have the tiny water bottle. This man has besmirched the tiny water bottle, and I don't appreciate it at all. R.I.P. Can we get some R.I.P.s in chat for the tiny water bottle?
Decision making is based on it trying to expand its own geopolitical power rather than any altruistic interest. That's true, but that's also the case for all countries. That's basic IR theory. So the idea of this neocon theory of America expanding its interest, that's just nation states. Russia's doing that right now. India's doing that. China's doing that. Everyone's doing that. We're better at it because we're a superpower, of course. But that's a fundamental rule of national exchange. I don't think that it's really a moral question. It's a matter of material conditions.
Maybe it's just a giant like shack. Maybe.
Marxist sense. Who's motivated by what and where they are. In the modern world, you know, the imperial sphere of influence extends to the entire planet. You know, American jets can reach any part of the world in 24 hours. Everyone's can if they have jets. There's no we get the nation next to us.
Did you know, by the way, that the US government has like a deal with, I think it's KFC, where they have on command, they can set up a KFC, like a mobile KFC franchise place in anywhere in the world within 48 hours. They literally have military aircraft with all of the components necessary to do that, and they can ship it out and build it and have it ready to serve fucking fried chicken to motherfuckers anywhere in the world within 2 days. Which is a bit fucking mental when you think about it. Yeah.
Which makes me think the idea that like Ukraine is more innately in the Russian sphere of influence is, I think it's a little bit old hat.
Yeah, they're in the
At the end
pocket
of the
of
day,
Big
the
Colonel.
people in Ukraine were interested in closer relations with the EU, and that is ultimately what triggered everything from Euromaidan, Yanukovych fleeing the annexation of Crimea, the invasion of the Donbass following the invasion of Ukraine broadly. This is, again, a complicated situation. I don't mean to detract from the influence that Western arrogance had in it. I would never try to do that. But I do think that, like, your roadmap for how things should have progressed from an American perspective following the 2022 invasion is misguided, because I don't think the world would be any farther from annihilation if Russia had simply marched westward, taken Kiev, and we had a bunch of ginned up Russian soldiers right up against the border of Poland. You know, having just successfully annexed former Soviet/Russian imperial territory. You could imagine the propaganda coming out of the Kremlin about how they're reuniting their people. They're sort of like expanding the Russian interest in like a Duginist ethnic sense, you know, reclaiming the empire. I think that like the incentive structure behind that would be really bad. Like that, you're basically you're throwing chum into the water for sharks. You know, Putin is expansionist. He's been sort of like preempting this for a long time with Georgia. You know, with his behavior with the Chechens. I don't think that that would bring us any closer to peace. Now, is the current path we're on right now the best possible road? Obviously not. Nothing we ever do is the best possible road, but I think it's closer to threading that line than just letting them march westward with them. What I'm interested in, I guess, is practical solutions now, outside of just letting Ukraine get annexed, which I really don't think would have been good for world peace in the long run, even if it would have quickly ended the conflict. How do we incentivize Ukraine and Russia to come to the table and...
By the way, could she look any less bothered by this conversation? Arms crossed, couldn't give a fuck. It's a mood. It's a mood.
Get into this war. Can Ukraine regain its lost territory? I think morally it should be able to, because I don't like nations being rewarded for annexing adjacent territory. But logistically, can they? Would it be possible to end things where they are now? Would Russia keep Crimea and that just be seen as a kind of like dull historical injustice to fade away over time? And 100 years from now, people would be like, did you know Crimea used to be Ukraine? I don't know. There's so much dogmatism. And whenever you bring up like modern solutions, people go back to, I don't know, the end of the Cold War. I know. I mean, Well,
no, when you bring up anything, like, I mean, that fucking Vladimir Putin being interviewed by, oh, fucking hell, by, Cuntbag McGee, what's his name? Tucker Carlson, where he starts going on about, like, the Kievan Rus, or whatever, like the fucking, the Moscow, fucking empire of like fucking 1753, and you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are you doing a massive potted history of Russian and Ukrainian? Look, that's how you know there's some like weird ethno-nationalist bullshit going on, right? They're fucking obsessed with some stupid fucking history all the time. And again, you know me, I'm a lover of history, but when it comes to the modern day, you need to live in the modern day, man.
Understand NATO is not exactly a global force for good, but what can we do now? I mean, I so rarely hear answers that are contextualized in the current moment.
Sure. Can I respond to that? Because
thank you for subscribing.
There's a few I want to answer your question at the end there, but just like a few things I want to point out. Number one, I think this is almost like bigger than just any political debate. There's it's a broader theme in life in general. I think anybody who's married, who's on the show or listening to the show knows this is true in personal relationships.
Is that who's raided in? Have I been raiderinoed on YouTube? It doesn't give me a fucking like a thing saying, you know, this person's raided you. It doesn't tell me, so I don't fucking know. Anyway, whoever raided me, thank you. Go and follow that person on YouTube.
There's a tendency to, if you're in an argument with your wife or your husband or something like that, to focus on what they did and what they did that's bothering you. But a much more healthy posture, if you're in a successful relationship, is that you also add in like, okay, well, what am I doing? How am I participating in this? What have I done that's kind of led to this situation? Generally speaking...
Oh, it was Helen. Oh, hello, No Justice Ites. Is that the right phrase? Almost certainly not. Anyway, everyone go and follow No Justice MTG on the many, many platforms that exist. I think she's on all of them. Who the fuck or what the fuck is Kerunos? Apparently I look like Kerunos, the horned god, when I'm on acid. Okay. What's this? In ancient Celtic, the Gallo-Roman religion, Kerunos or Canonos is a god depicted with antlers, seated cross-legged and associated with stags, horned serpents, dogs and bulls. Do I look like that? I wish I was as fucking thin as that. It's going back a while. God damn it. Also, is that a shisha? Is he smoking one up? Good lad.
I think that if you look at the corporate media, you're going to hear all of this talk about what Putin's done. And I think a lot of times in these debates, people can kind of claim to be like, well, I have a more nuanced position. I'm not simplifying things. I think the point of saying that, like, well, all governments are expansionist by nature, so there's no difference between the neoconservatives and, say, other groups of people. I'm not saying they're the same.
If you're on YouTube, by the way, you can subscribe. It's free. You can also come over to Twitch and say hello and give me money. That's also a thing you can do. But you can do the free stuff. It's free, you know? It's free. And can you afford not to in this economy? I don't think so.
Same, but like a logical analogy, it's like, oh, well, all governments kill people, so like what Adolf Hitler's doing is just kind of the same as other governments. It's not exactly true. It's kind of different in scale and in
what the fuck? You're a lunatic, man.
Mind to sit here and say, and look, if we have time, we could go through the history of Chechnya and Georgia and all this stuff. But to zoom out a little bit, during the Cold War, we drew the line at the Elbe River, halfway through Germany. On one side was the Soviet Union, and on the other side was NATO. And we're now...
No. Time out, Home Slice. NATO didn't exist when that line was drawn. That line was decided at, I believe, the Yalta Conference. So, like, NATO didn't exist. The war wasn't even over. We drew the line at the Elbe because that was sort of roughly where it was going to be, where they were going to meet. Actually, the Americans could have pushed over the Elbe and possibly gone for Berlin. It had been decided. So they let the Russians just take what they were going to have anyway. Like, does this man understand anything of history? I don't think he does. Kev, is other sportsmen like Dolly? Kev, is other sportsmen like Dolly? I love that, by the way. What the fuck does that mean? That's really confusing. Kev, is other sportsmen like Dolly? I don't know what that means, Mad Cat. You've gone fucking mental. I love it, but you've gone mental.
You know, we're now talking about Ukraine, and you could sit here with a straight face and say, Putin is expansionist. Okay.
Yeah, I'm still not
if that's how you want to look at it, it's like, let's just look at the actual reality of what's happening here. It's not that Putin has been this expansionist force. Putin has been almost at every turn reacting to the expansion of the American empire. And Ukraine. That's not, listen, that's just not true. It's not denying someone agency to say that they're responding to something. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Responding to everything. That's all life.
Sure.
No one just acts without, you didn't fall out of a coconut tree.
That's just a cop-out. That doesn't mean anything.
You're the one providing the cop-out. You're saying that, like, it's not...
Oh, my video about Dollar Vera. Oh, come on. Mad Cat. His nickname was Dolly. But you can't expect me to understand that that's what you're referring to by saying I'm like Dolly. I was like, does she mean Dolly Parton? Does she mean Dolly the sheep, the one that got cloned? Like, what the fuck is this? You can't expect me to know that you meant Basil Dollavera.
Possible for Putin to have like a distinctly expansionist element to his rule because everyone's just responding to. So do you believe Putin has a distinctly expansionist element to his rule?
Okay, no, that's not a binary. One is, it's not possible.
Wait, do you think he does or doesn't?
Hold on. So instead of just interrupting me, let me make the point. You just laid out a binary between, is it possible he has expansionist intentions, and does he have expansionist intentions? That's not a binary. There are some expansionist desires that he has. No, in fact, if you actually educate yourself on this topic, it was our CIA director who said in the Niet means Niet memo leaked by Julian Assange that it verbatim.
Niet means Niet. Fuck's sake. Hello, NWA29. I presume that means what I think it means, but anyway, you should hit the follow button. You should. I'd say Rashford personally. What, you want me to do a video on Marcus Rashford? Really? The problem with that is his story isn't done. The reason that I like the Basil Dollavera story is because it's like over, and there's like a happy ending to it because apartheid was finished. Yay! Not that South Africa's great or anything, but like you know, the racism bit is done, so that's nice. They're now equal opportunities about the police shooting on, you know, unionised workers.
This was a choice that Vladimir Putin did not want to have to make. This was a choice that Russia did not want to get involved in this war.
And yet he made the choice. He made the choice to invade, to bring troops down to the Ukrainian border, to commit to multiple years of, like, come on, you know? This is the thing. I ask you for, like, what can we do?
I would argue Rashford should be at the Euros, but I guess he didn't. Look, if he knew he was only going to play one striker, you only really need to take three. So.
Now and immediately it's back to the Iron Curtain.
Well, hold on.
I know.
Vash, hold on. Here's what happened. I'm sorry.
I just want to know in the modern context.
I get it. Actually, what happened was you made a long statement and ended with that question, and I said, let me answer that question, but first let me deal with what you said at the beginning of your statement, and then you started interrupting me. So no, it's not that I'm not willing to answer that question. It's that I had to point out, I think, a lot of the errors that you're making. Now, if you want,
this guy's insufferable. He's like fucking Steven Crowder. Although his voice isn't as annoying as Steven Crowder. But he's basically like Steven Crowder. Just an annoying, yappy little shit. Entitled as well.
Just to say, what could we do right now? Well, look, we're going to have to be realists about this situation and admit that Ukraine is losing this war. And that they're not going to drive Russia out of Crimea. That's a joke. They're not going to drive Russia out of many of the territories that they've taken right now. We should be working toward a deal, a peaceful solution, which has been on the table several times throughout this war, and it's been the West who has been trying to squash it.
Well, that's...
Hang on, no. The Russian deals that he's talking about were just basically capitulation. The deal hasn't been on the table, you lying little cunt. The deal is Ukraine gives us everything we want and we stop killing them, which is sort of how you know, the mafia work or something, or like terrorists or something, you know what I mean? That's more a threat than anything. Did you watch the England game today? It was shit but amazing at the same time. No, NWA. I didn't even. I just need to just rub my beard. No, I didn't even watch it today. I didn't. You know, I just started. You know, after this stream after the game ended by accident. It was coincidence. No, it was fucking amazing. Yeah. I think if you go back and watch the VOD, I started off the stream by literally saying, what did I say? It was something dumb like, if Jude Bellingham ever needs me to kill somebody, I will do that for him. Or something like that. And I mean it. England were bailed out by Birmingham City Football Club today, and you're very welcome. Technically yesterday, it's past midnight. Exactly, you don't watch an England game, you suffer an England game.
That's what we should do. Not true at all, though. You've seen... I
still can't go over... He brought on a striker in the 94th minute. Look, you're just taking the piss at this point, Southgate. You really are. It's like he's trying to just be the cuntiest cunt he can be. Anyway, I'm not talking about football.
And the deals that Putin has put through, Zelensky hasn't been particularly amenable to them himself. The narrative that the West is squashing the peace deals, which is blown up largely because of that one Boris Johnson visit early on in the conflict. Don't get me wrong, okay? The West has its own interests. There are plenty of Western leaders who would like to see the Russian armories depleted. But that doesn't mean that Ukraine would have been jumping at the bit for any of the deals Putin's been offering since the war began. And Ukraine hasn't been losing. Both countries have been stalling. This has been like a slog, and it has been since the first, or after the first 3 months of the war. I don't like the narrative that Ukraine's losing, because the fact that they exist at all at this point, considering the Russian armaments aligned against them, is pretty impressive.
I mean, they're pulling guys off the streets to fight.
Oh, yeah, but and Russia has their penal colony forces with the Wagner.
Okay, I'm gonna step in at this point in chat. I won't have bad words said about what Steve Clarke has done with that Scotland team. Okay. It's not been great. It wasn't great in the lead up to the tournament, but Scotland were within an ace of qualifying for the knockout stages. That Scottish team isn't actually that great. Unfortunately, its best player is a fullback. That's not helpful. Although, for some reason, Scott McTominay turns into a worldie when he plays with Scotland. I'm not going into it. Right. It's a very average set of players, which Steve Clarke managed to get to a major tournament and nearly qualify through. They were kind of unlucky, actually, I think. They hit the post against Switzerland, a very, very good Switzerland team, as it turns out, who were into the quarterfinals, and they were about to fucking knock England out, probably. Anyway, fuck off, Scouse Raw. I will actually knife you in Minecraft. Don't even start with me. Don't start. Yeah, he got them to a tournament. Scotland aren't exactly replete in their history of getting to tournaments, so just him being able to do that, I think he needs a bit of respect for that. I think that's a quality effort. They weren't good to watch, let's not pretend that, but, you know. Also, that smash and grab away at Norway, 1-0 down and then 2 late goals to win in Oslo. Oh, mate. Fucking happy days. Unbelievable shit.
A group pulling from their multiple rounds of really unpopular conscriptions, waves of immigration out of Russia. People. No, of course not. I'm not arguing that it's a matter of our investment or whether or not it's moral. You know, war makes, unfortunately, unethical decision making of every side, including the good ones. The Allies did plenty of bad stuff during World War II. I'm only saying that it's.
Whoa, no, we were the good guys. We didn't do that wrong. Shut up. Those cities were asking for it.
Slog for both sides. I don't want to see this out in I don't want this conflict to end in a way that's going to guarantee the conflict reemerges in 2 years. If you end up just setting the border,
we'll fly to Australia and we'll fucking have it out. Fucking left arm smash, bro.
Right where the fighting lines are right now, we're going to be exactly where we were back in 2014. We're going to have a combination of paid separatists and Russian soldiers moving around in the Donbass. There's going to be constant exchanges of fire across the border. This needs a real international solution. I don't know whether that means a proper DMZ. I don't know whether that means genuine reconciliation.
I think there would need to be a DMZ, a demilitarized zone. Yeah, because otherwise they're just going to end up fucking doing mad shit again.
Ideally, for me, it would be some kind of like Hail Mary where Ukraine gets its borders back and there's like a massive like coming together between Russia and the West, and we like reopen trade and negotiations. But that's a little bit of a pipe dream. We do agree that, at least let's agree on this. If the line just freezes where it is right now,
this is Vaush.
Are we not guaranteeing another conflict in a few years?
I don't know that that's possible to say, to be honest.
People be pretty
okay, but like, yeah, the answer is yes.
Be mad. People be firing across the border.
It's not guaranteeing it. I don't know.
Ukrainians and Russians, especially at the front, are not positively disposed to each other. I feel like we need to give them something solid, a solid peace, not just like, oh, we've decided now the slog has gone on for too long. They'd be throwing rocks at each other across the border. You know, you could get a 5-mile wide DMZ, and they'd still be like sending drones over
DMZ
with bricks to drop at each other's heads.
Maybe this is all.
It'd be rough.
With the case of in general.
Is there anything more coming here? Do they change topics? How should this war end? Okay, I feel like we can go to that, right?
Forward.
But let me just interject there and ask. So we're $175 billion into this as the United States. The Ukrainian death toll is at least 31,000 people. It's probably much, much higher than that. Both sides minimum around 100,000, but again, probably according to a lot of analysts, much, much higher than that. So to what extent can the United States, this is like higher than the NASA budget last year, the amount of foreign aid we're sending to Ukraine. Is that just? The United States spending that much U.S. taxpayer money to protect every inch of the Donbass with no plan, as of right now, ostensibly no serious plan as to what a peace process would look like going forward. Is that a just outcome for the American taxpayer?
Oh, look, every dollar we give to Ukraine, we don't give to Israel, okay? So it's like convincing your friend.
That's the best argument I've heard.
Yeah, right? It's like convincing.
Fair point. Fair point.
Your friend to spend money on cigarettes, not fentanyl. But I agree that Washington should have a more decisive plan. The lack of a plan, which is a common pattern, by the way, with both the United States and also Netanyahu, so not a fan of that tendency on all sides, is problematic to me. Like I said now, if we just froze the war where it is, because of course Putin's peace deals are basically just like forfeit the territory you've lost up until this month. They're not like real conciliatory deals, right? Which of course Putin wants to keep the territory.
Much like the fucking deals, ironically, that Israel puts forward for the Palestinians, like sign up to this deal that would have you assassinated by your people. Come on.
Territory that he's gained. I think that if we just took that, if we pressured Ukraine into taking that, a war would break out again within a year, 2 years maybe, because you would have like the military buildup on either side of the DMZ would be like the greatest.
Vaush,
sorry.
Yeah, you started the conversation talking about not wanting this to be a stalemate that goes on.
I can't decide about Ryan Grimm. He seems like a bit of a bellend, but like he seems like at least an intelligent bellend. Do you know what I mean?
Forever. So, last year we had this much vaunted counteroffensive. At the time, there were tens of thousands of younger Ukrainian troops who were alive and were well trained. They were well equipped. They launched this massive, much anticipated counteroffensive.
You like Ryan? Okay, fair enough.
It was a complete disaster, led to an enormous loss of life and a loss of equipment. And so to your question of what do we do next, like why is it the case that a new counteroffensive with older, less well-trained Ukrainian troops and less well-equipped troops would be able to succeed against a more fortified Russian military while the previous one failed? In other words, like what is this Hail Mary that you're talking about that could change the calculation on the ground to such an extent that it's worth it to continue throwing?
I don't realistically think there is. If we'd have put all of that money that we have spent in there, or at least a fair chunk of it, at the start, there's a chance they could have won. But they've just been weakened now to the point where I'm not sure there's much we can do to allow Ukraine to win. So I mean, it's just, again, I don't want to be too doomer, but what's the good outcome here?
Ukrainian men and women into the maw of this war.
Well, I don't like the term throwing, only because they are, of course, engaged in it, right? They're not just being
they're being grabbed in many cases and literally thrown.
45-year-old men.
Well, literally thrown. Yes. Ukrainian morale, or at least interest in continuing the war, is still high, but that sort of nitpick aside, I would only say, the Hail Mary is something that I hope for. It's not something that I think is guaranteed. With the introduction of ATACMS and other relatively long-ranged, munitions.
Okay, so is he arguing that the draft as such, and I'm not entirely sure how the draft is structured in Ukraine, is he saying that conscription itself is unacceptable? Is that what he means by that? Because people who get conscripted aren't doing that voluntarily, i.e. they're being conscripted, right?
We have the ability to sort of provide Ukraine the option to strike at depots, refineries, and facilities that are closer to the
If they're literally dragging people off the street, that's fucked up, because that's just press ganging. If it's a proper draft, that's a thing,
back lines of the conflict, and that has had a massive effect in the past 4 or 5 months since that was introduced. I don't know whether that's going to be a game changer.
Exactly like the Navy used to do. Yeah, it was called press ganging. They'd either just drag them off the streets, or they'd get them drunk, get them to sign the boarding papers and all the rest of it, then get them on the ship, sail the ship off so they couldn't get off, and then they were just in the Navy. By the time they'd sobered up, they were miles offshore, and there's not a lot you can do. You're not going to be able to swim home.
The war in the long run, I hope that it is, because ultimately I do think that a conciliatory position from Russia would be a better way of ending this conflict than one in which things just freeze as they are now. The DMZ buildup along the line that people settled on right now would be catastrophic, and I think it would just guarantee further war. My hope, and this is, I know, perhaps a little naive of me, but I still have a little bit in me that hopes for this. My hope is that eventually, following the expansion of Ukraine's ability to strike at further back targets, this becomes increasingly economically untenable for Russia. There's pressure from both sides. Hey, this has gone on long enough. We literally can't keep this going anymore. We're both on fumes. And like two exhausted boxers on the 14th round, they both collapse into each other's arms. And, they have a Christmas Day in World War I. There's a moment where for us.
Yeah, but people forget with that. After that, they got back into their trenches, and when they tried to not fight again the next day, many of the ringleaders were shot. Humanity's a messed up thing, is all I'll say.
Second, things get rough enough, long enough that they collapse and they just can't do it anymore. And maybe the world breathes a sigh of peace as they finally do settle on whatever line they're at that point. I think
it's quite a dangerous game to play, man. I mean, I know it was the
neocons. It's all dangerous, right?
Well, sure, but I'm just saying, it was the neocons' hope that if you overthrew Saddam Hussein, democracy would sweep the region, and that would have been nice, I guess. But the hope that if they strike inside of Russia, that will make Russia realize that this war just has cost us a little bit too much, and we should knock off this war business. It's quite a risky game to play. There's a couple of things that I want to. Well, let me just respond to a couple things you said there, because things that I think are pretty interesting. So, number one, just a couple points of correction. I mean, I know I said it was a good point in jest, but no, it's not true that every dollar that goes to Ukraine is a dollar that doesn't go to Israel. I mean, as you know, we print money out of thin air, and the U.S. government is quite fine to spend well beyond its means. So no, they can.
Libertarian, just as long
Ladies
as
and gentlemen,
as long as he's not doing the
victory is ours.
Fiat currency, central bank, IFR.
In deficit finance through fiat currency both of these wars at the same time. Now,
there you go.
Going to do to our dollar equipment too, not just money.
Sure. Yeah, no, mostly we're just bribing the military-industrial complex and sending old weapons over there. However, there is, as you brought up the talk of agency before, it is true that individuals have agency. It's also true that there's such a thing as moral hazard. So if I were to just say, I'll start giving hey, Ryan, I'm going to start giving you $1 million a month. And then you quit your job and you sit at home. And I go, look, he doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work. He wants to stay home. He doesn't want to do it. It's like, well, yeah, okay, there is some truth to that. But might that have, the Ukrainians just want to fight. Okay, but might that have something to do with the blank check that they've received from the world? So the whole point here, right, is that, and this is true with...
We should crush their spirit and not allow them to fight. Okay. And just allow Russia to pour in. That's ultimately the point. If you don't allow them to fight, if you don't give them the weapons with which to fight, then the Russians they would have taken Ukraine 2 fucking years ago.
Israel and with Ukraine. What happens is that when the biggest bully in the history of the world, the U.S. empire, says, we got your back, people get a lot braver than they otherwise would. If Israel didn't have unconditional support from the United States of America, they'd be forced to make a deal with some of their neighbors. And same with Ukraine. You say like, oh, if the war ended, Ukraine would just be ready to fight Russia again in a few years without our backing, without us arming them, without all of Europe behind them. No, they wouldn't, because they know it's a fight they couldn't possibly win.
Ready. So again, not only should we crush the Ukrainians and allow the Russians to get in there, but also we should never ever support Ukraine so that they're always just Russia's bitch. Wow, you have such a care for the Ukrainian people, my dude.
Dave, what's a riskier game to play? I mean, I think I know what your answer would be to this, but what's a riskier game to play? Is it, allowing Putin to expand unchecked, just to go back to the argument that Vaush made earlier, or is it, escalating the war? It seems as though there are risks in both scenarios, and why is one riskier than the other at this point?
Well, look, I mean, okay, so...
God, he's starting to sound like fucking Ben Shapiro. Well, okay. Well. NATO. We'll skip forward to
we're
NATO.
Running up against our time limit here. But Dave, any kind of final thoughts you'd want to have on, like, how this ought to end? Like, from your perspective to Vaush's question, what
Everyone
do we do?
does say his name differently.
Sure. Okay, well, first of all, I would just say that I don't think Ukraine...
Clearly, it's pronounced Kharkiv Kidfinder. That's how you pronounce his name.
Been very responsible throughout this whole thing, and certainly when their missiles hit Poland and Zelensky immediately called for preemptive attacks on Russia by the West, either lying through his teeth and claiming...
Well, it's not preemptive if they were fucking bombed Poland, but okay.
Claiming it was Russia who attacked Poland, or being so clueless that he hadn't even done any investigation to figure out whether it was them or not. Either way, it seems pretty irresponsible to me. But look, without even going back into ancient history, like just going back to very recent history, it was Jens Stoltenberg. I apologize to the Norwegians.
Jens Stoltenberg. Yes.
I know I'm butchering that.
That was offensive.
He gave the whole game away last year. But he admitted that Vladimir Putin actually sent them a draft treaty and said, if you just promise to not bring Ukraine into NATO, I won't invade.
Okay, and that's not how international sovereignty works, you fucking cunt. The Ukrainian people get to decide what the Ukrainian foreign policy is. I don't think they should join NATO. I don't want NATO to exist. The Ukrainian people may feel differently, and they are entitled to vote in that fashion. Fuck you.
And he brags that they said, no, we won't sign that. Haha, you didn't want NATO expansion, and look at you now, you're getting more NATO expansion. It's like, yeah, and hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians dead. Like, could we at least all agree that we should have just signed that treaty? Why is it...
And just denied Ukraine its sovereignty? That's what you're asking here. Can't we just sign away the rights of the Ukrainian people behind their back, really? I'm a good guy.
A vital strategic interest to the United States of America that we have a war guarantee with Ukraine. Like, what? How many people in America? It's like George Kennan said back in the first round of NATO expansion. We have neither the political will nor the resources to actually defend these countries. How many people in America actually would be willing to sacrifice themselves or their children to make sure that the Donbass region is ruled by Kiev? Would you guys be willing to sacrifice your kids for that? This is ridiculous. Anyone here?
This is embarrassing. No one's asking for that. What are you talking about?
Average American wouldn't sacrifice their lives to protect East Germany or Poland either. Do you think the average American would fight for Warsaw? This rhetoric
but that doesn't
sounds,
make sense. That's
this
not a
sounds
counter.
convincing, but it's...
Also, it's the same fucking capitulationist bullshit that was used against Hitler. They literally said, what was it? The Peace Caucus in places like Britain said that they didn't want to die for Danzig. Danzig was the name of what is now Gdansk in northern Poland. But it was a German city that was annexed, or a German majority city that had been a part of Poland after the First World War, and when the Germans went in, they wanted to annex and take Danzig back, right? Amongst other horrific things. And so the phrase was, we don't want to die for Danzig. It's the same basic shit. It's the same capitulationist bullshit, you know. I will keep posting cute vids in the chat until you play one. Fair enough, 255. I appreciate that. How are you getting on, man? Anyway, I don't think we've spoken in a few days.
Empty
No.
rhetoric.
Well,
Likewise, you're
Vaush,
still not
let me
talking
explain.
about what you
Well,
want
listen,
today. No,
Vaush,
explain to me what you want today to
I'm going to
minimize.
finish my
Because I
point.
keep talking about today, and then you keep talking about NATO, NATO, NATO. We know I addressed and acknowledged and agreed with the Western arrogance that led to us.
Vaush, you're interrupting me and then claiming I'm not addressing something. So first I was just saying, could we at least all agree that a couple years ago we should have just signed that deal and committed to not bringing Ukraine into NATO and avoided this war?
No, we shouldn't have signed away the sovereignty of Ukraine.
Couldn't
And should
Russia
we do
have just
that now?
invaded anyway?
Huh?
Couldn't
Also,
Russia...
yeah, just signing stuff with Vladimir Putin doesn't mean anything. How many fucking deals has he gone back on? Why would you assume that because we'd signed that deal, he wouldn't have still invaded? Or still continue to fund the separatist movements and arm the separatists to continue their war with the Ukrainian central government? Like, what the fuck?
Have just invaded anyway?
Sure. I guess in the worst case scenario, it would be as bad as
maybe.
Vaush, that's not Vaush. That you're laughing, but there's no point to that. Yes, in the worst case scenario, we could have still ended.
Let's talk about what we can do now.
Okay. Let me please make my point. Okay, Vaush. Let me just make my point instead of this constant interrupting. Listen. Yes, in the worst case scenario, I suppose it could have gone as bad as it did in this scenario. But obviously, the overwhelming odds are that it wouldn't have come to this. Now, in terms of your point of saying, like, well, the average American isn't willing to go die for Germany or Poland. Okay, but so why are we adding more of these countries, especially when our own intelligence community is telling us that the risk of adding this other nation that Americans care about even less, the risk of it could result in this war, very explicitly, blatantly saying that. Now, look, again, I do think I actually answered this question pretty clearly, pretty early on in this. But right now, what we should do, being educated by what's happened in the very recent past, is to go, hey, America is going to announce that we will pull all of our support for Ukraine in this war under the condition that Vladimir Putin accepts some type of peace proposal that's going to look like not quite as good as Ukraine would have gotten if they had taken the deal that Boris Johnson broke up, but it's going to look like Vladimir Putin obviously keeping Crimea, obviously keeping some of the territories that he already has control of, and in exchange for him ending the war, we promise that Ukraine.
Wow. I wonder if there's ever been a time in history where just acquiescing to the demands of a warmongering lunatic that keeps invading his fucking neighbours in Europe. I wonder if there's ever been an occasion where that ended up really badly for all of mankind.
Ukraine will not be admitted into NATO.
Okay,
I
so
believe
here's
that
a
deal
good
is
point.
still
Let's
possible.
talk about
Listen,
that.
let me just add one final point to this, and then you can respond however you want. Understand something here. The United States of America holds all of the chips. We could offer Vladimir Putin something that would probably get him to do whatever we wanted him to do. And
yeah, you're an idiot, man.
you know what that is, the ultimate crowning jewel for him. How about we leave NATO? If you end this war right now, America will withdraw from NATO. Why not?
Yeah, they're going to do that. They're definitely going to do that. That's a super serious thing you've just said there.
Listen, this is like NATO, silly internet rhetoric that would get you laughed out of any political conference.
Vaush,
Yeah,
no,
we're
Vaush,
going to
this is
leave
silly.
NATO.
This is
I
like
mean, the
Jim,
former
this is like for
president
Twitter
says stuff
likes,
like that.
you know.
Like literally, the former
what if we
president
left
asked the
a
question.
military? What if we left the key
Wow, the lunatic criminal said it. Okay, that's cool.
military alliance on the planet to incentivize a despot on the other side of the world to not invade the country they unjustly
It's
invaded.
such nonsense. Listen,
no.
NATO was created.
It's
Hold on.
ginned up better. It's good for Twitter likes. It's great for the ultra libertarians who are all like keenly interested in Yanukovych's like electoral legitimacy. It's not reality. You
Okay.
suggested
You're making no points here.
suggested that we offer to pull there was support from Ukraine in exchange for a peace deal. Okay, fine. So let's finally talk about that then. What happens then if that divestment occurs? Naturally, there's a DMZ. Of course, there would be, right?
DMZ.
And then you have a buildup of the remaining Ukrainian troops and Russia's troops on both sides. Don't you think it's likely that given a peace deal that takes place under those circumstances, eventually, like, the conflict would spark again? And this time, what are we going to do? Provide aid to Ukraine again when Russia invades again?
But is the alternate
let me respond to all of that.
conflict like
Well, hold on.
Well, no, the point is, once we've stopped giving Ukraine weapons, they don't care after that. If Russia invade again, they'd still say we shouldn't arm Ukraine because they ultimately don't give a fuck.
the ongoing slog for another couple of years? I mean, go ahead.
We need to find the path through that allows the peace deal to take place in a way that doesn't guarantee an immediate future conflict.
So-
if we pursue an unjust peace that is immediately broken, it will have been for nothing, and we'll be in a worse position than we were before because nobody's going to want to stop the second version of the conflict 5 days after it starts. We need to be careful with this.
So
So
first of all,
Dave,
let me just say that
respond, and then Vaush
Sure.
will close with a response from you.
Okay, so I think that Vaush's response of like, oh, this is just what internet libertarians care about or something like that, I just think there was a lot of words without you actually saying anything there.
Okay, I'll just put it into more plain terms. The thing you said was stupid and will not happen. Only dickheads on the internet think it is going to happen, or realistically in the near future could happen. So, like, yeah, you're talking rubbish. Dog shit. Caca. Poo-poo.
NATO was created after World War II because we had the
Okay, good. He's right so far.
Soviet Union controlling half of Europe, and the West and Western Europe had been destroyed. It was in utter ruins. And so we felt like we had to subsidize the defense of Western Europe to make sure that this very clearly expansionist power, the Soviet Union, didn't expand into Western Europe. At this point today, Western Europe is rich, and we are $34 trillion in debt.
You're richer than us. Just because you're in debt doesn't mean you're not rich. The fuck? Downloaded Twitch just for you, kid. Well, thank you, Clan Rat. On that basis, then, you should hit the follow button. You should. You should do that. You should do that now. You should have already done that. Why haven't you fucking done that? I'm only playing.
Makes absolutely no sense. And by the way, the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. There is no reason.
No way. Is that breaking news? Oh shit, when did that happen?
For NATO to exist, there's no reason for the US to be a part of it. The former...
Unfortunately, dickface, there literally is...
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Victory is ours.
Thank you very much, ClanRat87. Much love. There wasn't, for quite a while actually, any real reason for NATO to really continue. After the end of the Cold War, until... what? Mid-2000s, something like that. Once he started fucking around with Georgia and all of that, then it became maybe a thing. And now, unfortunately, because of his constant fucking with neighbours, that's him as in Vladimir Putin, the Russian state is fucking around and invading its neighbours, including Ukraine. It has made it more worthwhile or more necessary now than it has been since the end of the Cold War. To the point where both, even during the height of the Cold War, Sweden and Finland didn't want to join NATO. They have now joined NATO. Bravo, Vladimir. You have been counterproductive to a historic extent.
president of the United States of America and the current frontrunner to be president of the United States of America again has made this point many, many times. This is not...
Okay, but dickhead, in the 4 years he was in, did he make any movement towards leaving NATO? Or was it just some words, as always with Donald Trump? He's all mouth, no trousers, to use a British phrase. He talks a game, he never ever does anything. He was never going to leave NATO. He doesn't even understand what the fuck NATO is or does. He's just a bitch.
Just something for internet libertarians to be interested in. This is something that should be a serious conversation amongst the American people. And by the way, during the fall, when the Soviet Union collapsed, there were many of the wisest graybeards in the American security establishment who felt the same way, who felt that, okay, the mission of NATO is over. Anyway, to your next point, again, this is just an empty argument. You could say this about any peace deal. Well, what if war breaks out again? Well, okay, but if your worst case scenario is war breaks out, your solution is to continue supporting the war? We want to continue the war because we're afraid of war? Listen, if we actually, as I just mentioned, which is a serious proposal, we have the ultimate chip here. We have the chip that could allow Vladimir Putin to claim, hey...
It's not a serious proposal at all. You know that. Stop lying.
I won. I stood, which is what you want in these situations. You want to let everyone save face. You want to allow the Ukrainians to say, hey, we fought and we kept this part of our territory. You want to allow the Russians to say, hey, we were pushed into this, but we were victorious. You want to let everybody save face and come up with some type of deal. And yes, Dash, you can make the point that it's never 1,000,000% guaranteed that it'll hold and another war won't break out, but it's a hell of a lot more likely than continuing the war. So the point is, you want to come up with a deal that's realistic, that could maybe hold. And I do think that America has all the leverage in the world to make that happen.
And if I may, I'll just say that, like, no, the idea of holding out for a good peace, one that actually incentivizes both parties to keep their hands off, rather than just the first piece that comes up, that is a good instinct. The idea that there is no difference between a peace deal that immediately breaks down.
Yeah, as always with libertarians, they don't know what they're talking about. So essentially, we can sort of ignore Dave Smith, really.
And you know, a war that continues until a good peace is found. There is a massive difference between these. You know, look at the multiple attempts at securing peace between the Ukrainians and the Russians over the 2014 invasion of the Donbass, right? You know, terms are set, conditions are then not met by either side, and then nothing changes, cementing a course of action that continued down 8 years until the proper invasion by Russia began. You need to find a good peace. I don't know where that path lies, which means that I don't have the convenient, simple answer of saying, what if we just divested, left NATO, and hope that Putin never invaded the remains of Ukraine again? I think that's a very easy thing to say. I think that it's good for, like, ginning up populist fervor. I think it sounds compelling. I think it would do nothing. I think it's a virtue signal. After all, America is in NATO as a formality. Like, many nations that are in NATO don't even meet the required 2.5% GDP military expenditure that they need to be there. NATO is just a cementing of existing alliances. Do you think we still wouldn't go to war with the interests of, say, Britain or Germany or France? Of course we would, because we're still allies. NATO is just the framework built around it. The real, true underlying force, which is shared geopolitical interest, persists nonetheless. What would keep Putin from invading again? In my mind, it would be promises from the West, but not promises of divestment. We shouldn't just leave Ukraine weak and open to being invaded again, because again, if they just break the peace and conquer the rest of Ukraine after giving it a year or two to rearm on the Russian front, what do we get then? Well, obviously, the Ukrainian people are conquered and they are subject to a great many, violences and humiliations. But in addition to that, of course, we continue to sort of throw fuel into the fire of an expansionist empire. Putin's intentions on this are not subtle. He was invoking the borders of the Russian Empire when he began the invasion of Ukraine. I do not think there's any reason to believe that he would be, like, sated after he made his way all the way over to Poland. What I want is real reconciliation, not just between Ukraine and Russia, but the West and Russia. Russia has been, let's be real here, a nuclear missile-ridden backwater since the end of the Soviet Union. Prostitution skyrocketed. Child sex trafficking skyrocketed after the end of the Soviet Union. Their economy in shambles. Oligarchs effectively rule the country.
No wonder Trump loves it so much.
There are many, many Russians who don't even have indoor plumbing. I think that a promise of shared investment, the thing we never did after the end of the Cold War, and not just business investment, not just...
By the way, I mean, this is a point I've made before, but it bears repeating, I think, that this war could have been stopped back in the early 90s. If we hadn't treated Russia like a fucking neoliberal cum sponge, it would have been accepted into the family of nations. We could have had not necessarily a Marshall Plan, but certainly some kind of actual investment plan and an actual defence of democracy in that in the newly liberated, if you will, nations of the former Soviet Union, including Russia and Ukraine and Belarus and all the rest of them. And it would have been in a much better state than it is. If you look at the countries like the Baltic nations that were formerly a part of the Soviet Union and formerly a part of the Eastern Bloc, who have now integrated, if you will, into the sort of European family of nations, they're doing a lot better than those that didn't, like Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, Azerbaijan, etc.
Coca-Cola opening up a factory. I mean, real. You don't want the American taxpayer spending money on Ukrainian weapons? Okay, I got a better idea for you. 3 times as much money on Russian economic, reinvestment. Give it to them to work with. Build real economic.
Now, the other two people are the hosts of the show. The other two people are like the hosts of the, is it Counterpoints, I think the show is called?
Like bonds. One of the reasons Taiwan hasn't been invaded yet is because China and America are so integrated economically. We don't have that with Russia. That's one of the reasons they're able to persist in spite of all the sanctions on them, because they rely on a pretty primitive oil, coal, natural gas kind of, extraction economy. I think that if we take Russia seriously as a foreign power and as a people, we invest in them and we care about them, in the long run, we could secure a better peace that both sides feel better about, and we could build a world where there is no longer any incentive for the West or for Russia to get angry at each other. And that's my hope, naive it may be.
There you go. And probably cheaper if we just reached a peace deal and lifted the sanctions and then kept dollar hegemony.
There's
but
an idea.
Anyway.
Well, this is a good place to leave it, and this has been super.
Wow, that was very unbiased. I've just noticed, by the way, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I do just want to click on it to see what the highlight at the start is. George Galloway and Piers Morgan. Oh, what the fuck is the adverts? Fuck off.
I need to find the best way to learn math and science.
Go eat my dick,
It's
mate.
brilliant.org.
The fact that you thought that this was the biggest single day of slaughter is part of the problem. The Israeli media all the time reports that significant casualties were inflicted by Israeli forces themselves.
Some people try to describe what Hamas did that day as resistance.
No, killing grandmas and kids is terrorism. It suited Israel that Hamas were there. Almost 40 years after the agreement, there's not 1 centimeter of Palestine free. What do you expect from an open-air prison camp but a prison?
See, the thing is, George Galloway going on with Piers Morgan is just going to make George Galloway look good, because Piers Morgan's a fucking idiot. Anyway, I'm gonna stop there because I can't be bothered. How is everyone doing anyway? I'm so fucking glad England won in the end. Jesus Christ. Fucking insufferable stuff, man. 255 asks, you know what that makes me wonder? Would the world be better today if USSR collapsed in like 1966 before neoliberalism set in? Oh God, you know what, 255? That's such a big historical what if. 60. Well, it depends on the exact year, I guess, but yeah, I think it probably would have been a lot better. Yeah, I think there's no doubt it would have been better. Yeah. How exactly the West would have approached this, I'm not sure. But it can't have been worse than what we actually did. The neoliberal fucking destruction of these places is what led to the rise of people like Vladimir Putin. So basically, I think I mean, it's historical what ifs like that. The alternative history thing is difficult to predict, and I think a lot of these channels that try and do that on YouTube are often shit. But I think there's no doubt whatever would have come out of this must have been better than what we actually did. I don't see how it would have ended worse. It's impossible to know, though. Could have ended with nuclear war. Who fucking knows? Like I've said before, I think it was sort of fascinating that the Cold War ended without massive bloodshed on the Eastern Front, or on the, in Eastern Europe. But actually, what happened was just staggered. The bloodshed happened 30 years later. It just took time for the ripples of history to get there, you know? Which is a fucking damn shame, but we're seeing it play out before our very eyes right now. Okay, on YouTube, I'm going to send you over to... I don't know who. I'll have to wait and see. You go... Hang on, how do you do this again? Customization. It's so fucking needlessly complicated. Redirect. Who is going... some random geek is going, so you're going over there. There you go. On your way, wee ones. And on twitch.tv/KFLogan1875, I'm going to send you all over to who is going. I don't even know. It's a different platform. Hildebeest. Hildebeest is going. So I'll send you over there because that's what that person said. In chat, which I should have looked at just straight away. Anyway. They're Canadian, but don't hold that against them. Go and say hello to Hildebeest. Yes. I will probably be back later today with more Brit Bongarino as we enter the week of election. It's happening on Thursday. So stay tuned. Thank you all for your support. Thank you for listening and watching. Stay fucking beautiful. No pass around.